In God We Trust on the coin. Early in 1908, there was an outcry among citizens in the country to have the motto, In God We Trust, added to the coin. And so they added In God We Trust to the reverse of the coin just above the sun. So the vast majority of St. Gaudens double eagles are struck with what we call the motto reverse. This no motto reverse, extremely rare. And again, all the 1907s of the few that are out there are the no motto variety. Now the question is, well, why didn't it have a motto? Well, there was no In God We Trust in 1907 because then President Theodore Roosevelt believed putting In God We Trust on a coin was sacrilege because of the fact that many people would use coins for less than noble purposes. And so that was his very strong, passionate belief. He even wrote an editorial article that appeared in the New York Times of the day explaining why he didn't want In God We Trust on the coin. However, public sentiment was overwhelming. Everyone wanted In God We Trust. And so he relented, and early in 1908, they added In God We Trust to the St. Gaudens double eagle. And all the St. Gaudens double eagles struck after that date, early in 1908, through the end of the series, 1933, had In God We Trust. And 1933 was the last year the St. Gaudens was struck. There have been no gold double eagles struck for commerce since 1933. No gold coins at all since 1933, folks. This is from another era. This is from a bygone era. This is a classic. They aren't making any more of these. The demand is only going to grow with the passage of time for a national treasure like we have here today. This is a coin to put away for yourself, your kids, your grandkids, to keep in the family. If you can swing 2, if you can swing 3, I would encourage you to do so. Again, we have just over 100 examples, and it's the 1907. It's not a 1924P common date or a 1927P common date. It's the extremely rare 1907, struck only for a couple months late in 1907. Very few have survived in uncirculated condition. This is a coin that'll be so good to you. I love this coin. I truly do. I love making presentations on the 1907 because it's such a great story. And it's the story that makes this coin what it is today. The history, the meaning, what it means to our country, the words and symbols, the images on this coin. It's what America is all about. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercante reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the Mint State coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the Mint State coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there are only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint ever struck Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse. That was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? Hello, we're back.
Hello, coin collectors. We are back. How you doing, Rick?
I am doing great, especially when we have something this exciting for another installment from
Yes.
the great American silver dollar hoard. Over
Yes.
50 bags
Yes.
of brilliant, uncirculated silver dollars. But before I get into what we have for our clients today, Jack, we've got here a picture of a coin that you handled.
Yeah, I get
the
to see
very
this
first,
coin.
folks, before Jack talks about it, this is the very first silver dollar ever struck. Right here.
Yeah, this coin is this is a wonder coin that shouldn't exist. I had the opportunity at a coin show a while back to hold this coin in my hand and inspect it under a magnifying glass.
amazing. Oh.
And it is a coin that shouldn't exist. 1794 was the first year we struck silver dollars at the U.S. Mint.
We're looking at it a close-up, just the hair detail. You don't see this on a,
The hair detail is insane. You know, most $1794 that exist, first off, I think there's only about 100 or 200 that exist, period.
Yeah.
And typically, even in high grade, you know, the date isn't even all there. There's hardly any hair detail. When you look at this coin, you know that there's something special about the way not the way it survived, which is also special, but the way they made the coin. This coin looks like a proof. It has mirrored surfaces, and PCGS graded it SP, meaning special strike or specimen, because there's no record of the making of proof. But when you look at this coin, there is no doubt that this was made in a very special way, and that's why most experts believe this is the very first silver dollar that was struck by the
You
U.S.
studied
Mint.
every square millimeter of this coin. You handled it. I believe it's the highest price ever paid in auction for any U.S. coin.
Yeah, I believe it's the only coin to break the $10 million barrier in numismatics. period.
I would wager, Jack, that if this coin came up today, it would go for at least double that. For you folks who may not have seen our Great American Silver Dollar hoard presentation in the past, again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've never handled anything like this. Over 50 bags of brilliant, uncirculated silver dollars. That is just extraordinary. And we've been going through these bags, and what we have for you today are some really, really special coins from this incredible once-in-a-lifetime hoard. Now, before we go any farther, Jack, we have to talk about the fact that Morgan dollars were struck in very large quantities. They
Yes.
struck over 600
Yes,
million.
millions and millions. Most years
Sasha
it
has a
struck
chart
millions.
here. The key to Morgan dollars, folks, is condition rarity.
Right.
Because they were struck in very large numbers, but it isn't until you get into the higher uncirculated grades that they become really valuable. And you can see here by this chart, over the entirety of the series, they struck over 650 million Morgan dollars. A lot of them were melted down during the Pittman Act in
almost
1918.
half.
But
Approaching half.
that still left, close to 400 million coins, but only about 6.5 million of those have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's
Right.
only 1.7%. Now, as an example, typical Morgan dollars, I picked these up in a coin shop, Jack, for like $30, $35 a coin.
Right.
First one,
They look pretty typical. Yeah, I'd say so.
And that's the most common. They struck, what, about 40, 50 million 1921 Ps?
Yeah.
And you see it's heavily circulated. That's among the most common dates.
Mm-hmm.
But now we get to this next coin here, this 1886. And you flip it over, and there's an O mint mark at the bottom.
Oh, wow. Much better date.
1886
Tough date.
O, but I got it for the same price because it's very common in low-grade
Right.
condition. They struck about 10 million of these.
Yeah.
And then the next coin is a 96 O, which they struck in the millions.
But they all circulated.
But they're,
Virtually all of
and 96, and again, you can see the O mint mark. But then if you find these coins in uncirculated condition, this is where they become really, really rare. They have
Exactly.
tremendous condition rarity. There's one of the finest 86 O's, and it's a 6.5. That sold many years ago for $161,000. It would be well over $200,000 today.
Right.
But even 6.3s are, tens of thousands of dollars. And there's a 96 O in MS63, a nice choice piece for over $20,000 because it's uncirculated. This is where they're really rare. So what we have, if you've never collected silver dollars before, we're starting off with a date, Jack, that is a great coin. If to build a Morgan dollar collection with, we have an 1880s Morgan dollar. You take a look at this piece. It's a gorgeous, brilliant, uncirculated specimen.
You look at that luster. ADSs are known for their luster. I mean, the San Francisco Mint in that first part of
Yeah.
the series is known for
Very
really,
few bag marks.
really great quality control.
Incredible luster, full strike, just incredible eye appeal. This is not the kind of coin you find in your local coin shop in this kind of uncirculated condition. You see a full strike, you see the S mint mark at 6 o'clock at the bottom there, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. I spent a day putting this chart together, ranking the rarity of Morgan dollars in terms of their condition rarity in uncirculated condition. With the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition first, and they become progressively rarer as you go down the list. And it's several pages long because there's over 100 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan dollar series. In our earlier presentations, Jack, the first coin we offered was the 1881S.
Right, which makes sense.
Yeah, you can see there, it's the most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition. Even though they struck 12.7 million, you can see they've only graded about 268,000. So You know, again, most of the coins are circulated, but you do have about 270,000 in uncirculated condition. There's an MS-63 for almost $400. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, over 20,000 happy customers.
Right.
Okay, there's an MS-62, another dealer with 100% positive feedback, over $400.
Right.
So these are not fly-by-night dealers. These are people who are
established dealers, right.
established with 100% positive feedback. If you've never purchased a Morgan dollar before, this is the perfect time to start. We have these ADSs. We're starting with this coin 1. It's a gorgeous, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. We've got these coins, Jack. You want to give them the price? You do it.
Yeah, this is. They're probably expecting it's going to be a little more than what I'm going to say.
I'm sure they are.
They're probably guessing.
Right now, it's only $129. $129, folks. You heard correctly. We got such a great deal, and we're passing our good fortune on to you. But that's just the first coin, because we have 9 coins here.
Right.
And each coin, folks, in this set is progressively rare than the preceding coin. The ADS is the most common coin in this group. The next 2 coins we have are the 1886p, and you can see it's rarer than the ADS, only 146,000 graded.
Right.
And then the last coin in this initial set we have offered is the 1898-0.
Right. And that's about twice as rare.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And over twice as rare. That's a New Orleans mint coin.
Historic
And
mint.
Historic. These are great coins, folks. This 1886p. Again, Jack, these coins were meant for commerce. They're large, heavy coins.
Right.
Folks, these were struck from the die press. They're ejected into bins. One coin falls on top of another. They go through coin counting machines.
They're sorted. They're put in bags.
Dumped into bags, thrown onto a train where they go cross country.
And
How it survives like
and
this.
thrown onto a train is a key statement there, because
Yes.
when you're moving hundreds of bags of coins that weigh about 55, 60 pounds each, these
They're
guys
heavy.
are
They're
not
heavy.
just tenderly stacking these. They are tossing these bags of coins, and the coins bang against each other. They get abrased.
Look at this 98-0. And there again, you see the O mint mark, meaning this coin was struck in New Orleans at 6 o'clock at the bottom there. It was struck in New Orleans.
And I love New Orleans mint coins.
We actually tried to break in there.
We
right?
tried.
We tried.
We were chasing each other around the basement there. But I love it because there's the history of, this is the only mint that struck coins for 3 different governments. Struck for the Union, it struck for
That's
the
a
state
good
of
point.
Louisiana, and
Yeah.
it struck for the Confederacy. There's a lot of history there. And then, of course, by now, in the 1880s, 1890s, it's back in Union hands at
I
this
think
point, striking these Morgan
they
dollars.
closed down, what was it, 1907 or 08, something around there in 09. Early 1900s, the New Orleans Mint closed down. So a New Orleans Mint is always one of the most valuable, value.
There's such a story there. And as coin collectors, we love those stories, the history. I mean, that's a big reason why I collect coins.
Here's the best part, folks. Here's the best part. We've got a couple comps on the 1898-0. Again, Jack found top-rated sellers. Here's an established seller, almost 1,500 happy customers, 100% positive feedback. 1898-0. You take a look at this piece here. I'm assuming it's a brilliant uncirculated specimen, $475. Okay. Here's another one, 1898-0, $625. Some toning that doesn't look very attractive to me. Very established seller.
Right? Looks like a real BU.
Yeah. Very established. Again, 100% positive feedback, over 400 happy customers. We've got this entire 3-coin set, Jack.
Yeah.
All 3 examples. Folks, you can start with just the ADS for $129. But then we have this 3-coin set where you get the 86p, that's even rarer than the ADS, and the 98-0, that's over twice as rare as the ADS. And all 3 less than $117 per coin. All 3 for only $349. Doesn't get any better than that, Jack.
And these are, as we mentioned, increasingly more rare. That 98.0 is twice as rare as the ADS and almost twice as rare as the 86P.
Because when you get talk about the Morgan dollars, it's really only the first 10 or so dates. Relatively easy to get an uncirculated.
Where there's
After
over
that, they get
100,000,
really scarce, beginning with this 98.0. But folks, okay, this is where it gets really, really interesting. Okay, those are the first 3 coins. We've got 5 coins to go here. But if you want just that, if you can only swing, like a couple $100, if that's your coin budget, that's a great place to start with those 3 coins. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. But now we get to the next coins.
Here we go, the scarce dates section of our
Now
chart.
look at this. We started with.
By the way, I love these charts you make, Rick. This is awesome. This is so informative.
It takes me a day to put this together. Yeah, but I know it really puts it into perspective because you don't realize how rare they are until all of a sudden you see the numbers. You say, "Holy cow! I knew it was a tough coin to get."
Exactly.
But this explains why it's so tough.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I go, some of these I know they're tougher than others, but then I look at the numbers and I go, wow.
Yeah. The 4th and 5th coins are the 98p and the 82p. And you've got coins that are about almost 10 times rarer than the ADS in the 98p and the 82p. And interestingly enough, Jack, you've got coins like the 1878 CC in BU is what, about a $400 or $500 coin?
Wholesale. I'd pay more than that for almost anything. Easy.
I mean, and the 81, 85 CC because they're low mintage, but still, some of them go for $1,000.
Well, what I was going to say too is, looking at this chart, what stands out to me is just what you said. The 81 and 85 CC are very famous key dates, very low mintages, which to me, the 98 and the 82 that we're about to talk about here are real sleepers. Everyone knows about these Carson City coins.
Yes.
They know the mintages were tiny, but what they don't realize is the 98p and 82p, even though they had much higher mintages, they did not survive. They were melted, they were circulated, and they do not exist.
Jack,
so these are the sleeper coins.
You made the most important point here. Here, take a look at this 98p. So difficult.
Any of those 3cc dates we just mentioned in the same grade here, in the same grade we have here, would be over $500, like $500 to $800
in this condition, I'd say they'd be in the $1,000 price range or more. This is a spectacular piece. And then the next coin, the 82p. Over 11 million struck, yet only 21,700 certified in uncirculated condition. And here's a beautiful, fully struck example. There's no mint mark at the bottom, meaning it was struck in Philadelphia.
Right.
If there's no mint mark at the bottom, there's no O or no S or no CC or no D. It's just plain. It means it was struck in Philadelphia.
Because that's the headquarters of the mint. Originally, Philadelphia was the only mint, and then the other ones that they established, they call branch mints.
We found one comp for you at 82p, $500.
Uncertified. Looks like a BU, but it's hard to say from a picture.
Yeah. It is a much rarer date, as we've been saying. And again, a top-rated seller. Here's a seller, over 3,300 happy customers, 100% positive feedback for a nice BU 82p. Here's what Jack and I are offering. If you want to add the 98p and the 82p, those extremely rare dates, you could own all 5 of these coins, folks, for $579 for all 5 coins.
Coins of similar rarity are selling for well over the double, triple the $355
for single coins. And again, these were coins we hand selected. There were a lot of other coins in the bags, in these bags, but these are coins we said, boy, as far as future potential, as far, like you said, Jack, as far as being underrated, that they're just super sleepers. These are our top picks in this collection from this great American silver dollar hoard in this particular set here. So we've got this 5-coin set. If you want to get the 5-coin set, it's only $579. And then finally, we have,
this is,
what would you call this? The grand finale.
Yeah, grand finale is good.
This is the grand finale.
This is good.
We've got 4 other coins. You saw that last page where we're getting into the scarce dates, so we call them the scarce dates, the 98p and the 82p. So you saw we added those scarce dates, the 98P and the 82P. Now the last 4 dates, though, are going to be on the following page. Take a look at this. Extremely scarce. Total certified under 20,000 coins. Look at this, wow. 97P, only 19,500 certified. 810, 18,000. The 03P, 13,500. And then, this is the best coin of all.
Yeah, this is the cherry on top here.
1878 8-tail feather. We started off this presentation, folks, talking about the first silver dollar ever struck that Jack handled,
Yep.
the 1794. The 1878 8-tail feather was the first Morgan dollar ever struck.
Right.
First struck 1878 at 3:17 p.m. at the Philadelphia Mint. They only struck this coin, what they call the 8-tail feather variety, for maybe 3 or 4 weeks.
Right.
They
short
discontinued
period.
the coin. This is a fascinating story.
Right.
The eagle shouldn't have 8 tail feathers, should have only 7
Right, it should
tail
have an
feathers.
odd amount of tail feathers, the longest feather in the middle. Who even is studying it and noticing that? I mean, I don't think there are as many serious numismatists in 1878 as there are today.
Right.
I know there aren't. So whoever noticed that in the first place is, hats off to them.
Yeah.
But they decided
They completely changed, they
let's
changed the
fix
eagle
design.
to 7 tail feathers, and the majority of 1878s are the 7 tail variety.
Right.
At the Philadelphia Mint. The 8-tail feather is only around fewer than 750,000 coins struck. Again,
Right.
they only struck it for about 3 to 4 weeks. Take a look at these folks. This is extraordinary. The best part of all, again, is the price we're able to offer these at. But we're
Right.
starting with that first coin, the
Right.
1897P. So rare in this condition.
Right.
In brilliant uncirculated condition, only 19,500 certified in all grades of uncirculated condition. Look at this brilliant uncirculated specimen. Absolutely breathtaking. The luster, the strike, everything, Jack.
Love getting to look through all these different dates and mint marks and
Yeah.
varieties. Oh, it's so fun for me.
The next date, the 1881-0, though. Talk about a sleeper, only 18,000 certified.
Oh, that's a great date, 81-0. Those omens are tough.
This
in high
New
grade.
Orleans mint is so underrated. So underrated. It's so difficult to get. And there you see that O mint mark at the bottom. And this one is a full strike. So you got the 81-0 there, and then the 03P. Again, only 13,595 certified of the 03P. This is one of those coins where, again, they struck about 4.5 million. A lot of them were melted down. Very few survivors in uncirculated condition. But then the granddaddy of them all, and
Yes.
this is the coin I'm personally so proud of being able to offer. This first silver dollar design ever struck, first struck in March 11th, 1878 for perhaps a few weeks. They only struck 749,000 examples.
Certainly a short period of time.
Only 12,700 certified in uncirculated condition. We flip it over, you see the 8 tail feathers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This unique design, first Morgan dollar design ever struck by the U.S. Mint for Commerce. We're in this set today.
I mean, this is one of those coins really that has kind of all of those factors we look for as coin collectors. You got this story. It's the first coin in the whole series. So right there, everybody loves the coin.
Yeah.
You've got the quality, obviously. We're showing you these are beautiful, beautiful
I
coins.
mean, if you don't buy a single Morgan dollar,
right.
you get the 8 tail feather, the first one design ever struck.
But then, of course, like you're mentioning, again, I love these charts you make, Rick, because then you look at that, only less than 13,000
Yeah,
have been
yeah,
certified
yeah.
to date. I mean, it's obviously it's got the rarity as well.
Yeah.
These are the kind of coins. 1878 8-tail feather is a coin I buy every one I see. When I go to coin shows, I do not pass an 1878 8-tail feather.
And the thing is, we have a few comps. We couldn't find one for the 8 tail feather. You take a look at some of these comps. Here's an 1897. Again, an uncirculated specimen.
It's actually a really good price.
That's a good price, $300. This dealer doesn't have 100% positive. He's only 97.5, but that's still
That was an
very
A
good.
plus when I went to school.
Right. And then we got another date here. 81.0, this really tough Omint in uncirculated condition, $800. And, this is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. The last comp we have, here's the 03P for basically $500. 03P, $500, over 8,000 happy customers, 100% positive feedback.
That's a pretty good track record.
And then the rarest coin of all, we couldn't find a comp for, folks, but it is the most valuable coin of all. Folks, Jack, again, I'm going to give you the honors. We've got
Wow.
9 coins here. 9 coins.
9 coins. A lot of them we've shown comps, $500 coins
And more.
and more. And we have all 9 for way. I hear people's jaws drop.
Can I say it?
You can do it. You can do it.
Folks, $1,395. This is a spectacular set. You can't do any better than this. We're going to have other sets from the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, but the coins in this set, with the first silver dollar ever struck, the 8-tail feather, that 97P, 81.0, the 03P, and all these others for only $1,395. You will not find a better silver dollar deal anywhere else in the country than you're seeing right now from this Great American Silver Dollar Hoard. Jack and I were so fortunate, and we're passing it on to you today. The 9-coin set, we got a lot of people now calling in, getting the complete 9-coin set with these extraordinary rarities, all for only $1,395.
Yeah, that's a lot of bang for your buck right there.
It's incredible. And this is the key to it, because the easiest thing for Jack and I to do would be to just offer you 9 really common dates.
Right.
We're not doing that. If you're going to start collecting these coins, we want to give you a taste of the entire series. A couple common dates in the set, but then you're getting some scarce dates and some extremely scarce dates.
Right.
You're getting the entire package, the full range, for only $13.95. Again, as we showed the viewers earlier, there's some dates like that 96.0 and MS6263 is a $20,000, $30,000 coin. 1893S, the king of them all.
Yeah, MS60, just an MS60, not a 63 or 65. MS60 is about 200,000 or so these days.
Yeah, exactly. So these are the dates that have tremendous rarity, tremendous condition rarity,
Yep.
tremendous bang for your numismatic dollar. Again, when we got these coins out of the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, to be able to get these key dates and to put them in a package for only $1,395. A lot of people calling in on this. We have a limited number of these sets, I should
Yes.
add. We don't have that many because of the difficulty of the 8-tail feather, especially that one coin.
There's a few coins, but this in particular, that one.
Because not only is it extremely rare, but it's understandably a date that's in the highest demand because it is the first silver dollar design ever struck. Again, March 11th, 1878, at 3:17 p.m. at the Philadelphia Mint. That's when the 1878 8-tail feather was first struck, and they only struck them for a few weeks. 3 to 4 weeks, 749,000 examples. They discontinued the design because they decided that the eagle should not have 8 tail feathers.
Right.
It should have only 7 tail feathers. So they stopped production. We have to have
Stop
it with
the presses. We gotta
7
fix
tail
this.
feathers. So anyway, that's the story of the coin. And I'm looking at this one. Did this one have 7 tail feathers? I suppose.
question.
I suppose so. That's why the keeping with tradition. I guess that's what it was all about. That's the story, and this is what makes collecting these coins so much fun.
I wish I counted the tail feathers now when I got to look at that coin in person. But
We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. We're going to have to close it out right here, Jack.
Yeah.
Because again, limited number of these sets.
exactly, I think we could talk about these coins all night, but like you said, there's only so many coins, so we're gonna have to cut it off at some point.
This has been a lot of fun.
It has been.
Oh boy, Jack, we want to thank you folks for watching. Jack and I will have more surprises around the corner. Keep tuning in to Rick's U.S. Coin Show, the Coin Guys, because you never know what Jack and I will come up with next. Thanks for watching.
From the old San Francisco Mint, known as the Granite Lady, stay tuned for Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Welcome, welcome, fellow collectors. Jack and Rick, we're back again.
We're the Coin Guys, and we're here.
You know, Jack and I, we get together, folks, when we get something that's truly, truly extraordinary for all our collecting friends out there.
Right.
And Jack, among the gold from the great European gold hoard,
Right.
I don't remember gold eagles like we have today that offer the collectors out there so much opportunity in the form of eye appeal, quality, and rarity. This is an incredibly special coin, folks. And I want you to take a look at these. They're 1899s $10 eagles struck at the San Francisco Mint.
Right.
Mint State 62, Jack, which, you know, if you go to the Smithsonian, which is the home of the greatest United States coin collection in the
Incredible
world,
collection, yeah.
you go to the Smithsonian and you want to look at the greatest coin collection in the world, and you look at their 1899s. It's a Mint State 62.
Same grade as this. And that's our national treasures.
To be able to own a coin like this rare and this quality, and at the price we have it, folks, this is just so special, Jack.
It is. Over 120 years old.
It's a thrill.
Yeah.
Now, it's called the Eagle because, folks, up until 1850, this was the largest gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint. You had, you know, $1 gold pieces, $2.50 gold pieces, $5 gold pieces, but then you had the $10 with almost a half an ounce of gold. And so it was referred to as the Eagle.
Right. When the Mint started making gold coins, that was the centerpiece. That was the biggest coin. And that's why they wanted to give it a name, and they called it an eagle.
Folks, in gold value alone, there's almost $1,000 worth of gold, and just in gold value alone, because it has almost a half an ounce of gold. Now, these coins really should not exist.
Right. It's
They
true.
should not exist, folks.
They should have all been melted almost 100 years ago.
The only reason they exist is because of the great European gold hoard.
Right.
The great European gold hoard all started in the 1930s. We were in the midst of the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the bank's shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins.
Yeah, they didn't want the paper money. They went to their bank and said, give me the gold. I don't want that paper money.
Exactly. You know, the paper money could be worthless in,
Right.
in a year, you know, the way our economy was going.
Right.
On the other hand, gold throughout human history has always had value. Throughout human history, across cultures. You go-
Thousands of years, it's
Yeah.
been used as a means of trade and a store of value.
Folks, you go back to 3000 BC. The ancient Egyptians believed gold was the flesh from their sun god,
Right, so-
and that
right,
it
from
was
Ra.
indestructible. Yeah. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So in other words, if you owned over 10 of these and you were caught after the effective date in 1933, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment,
Right.
or both. And it was enforced. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. They could keep their money in the bank and risk it going
Right.
under
Could turn
and
to
losing
nothing,
everything.
right.
They could buy gold and get caught and go to jail.
Right.
But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And we've been able to offer some of the greatest rare gold opportunities to our viewers over the last several years that have come out of the great European gold hoard.
Right.
Folks, this is a Halley's Comet event,
Yeah.
moment in time. You know, the great European gold hoard is not going to be some footnote in history 100, 500 years from now.
Right.
This is an incredible, incredible opportunity. It truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And these coins we have today, you just don't find them. They should not exist.
Right.
These are so rare.
Now, this chart really tells a great story here. Because first off, you know, the series, they made less than 50 million coins. And this is a series that goes back to the 1830s. I mean,
Right,
this series,
yeah.
you know, a lot of different mint marks and dates.
Yeah.
I think it's about a couple hundred different
Yeah.
coins in this series, starting from 1838 up to 1907. Now, we look at this. For that many years, it's not that big of a mintage. You've got only 42,686,932 coins struck. So less than 50 million coins spanned over a lot of different dates and mint marks.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, most coins after 20, 30 years in circulation, the mint redeems those coins and melts them and strikes new coins anyway. And there's no
Right.
count of that. So a lot of these coins didn't exist in the first place. Then we have these official melts, like during this executive order.
Yeah.
When the government made you turn over these coins, they didn't just go keep them and put them in a safe. They melted them into bars. Actually, Fort Knox was established specifically. You know, they built the vault at Fort Knox to put these bars in when this executive order was enacted.
Yeah.
So few of these survive. Today, if you look at this chart, this tells a great story. Of all these different dates and mint marks, PCGS has only graded about 258,000 coins in
That's
all
great.
grades.
For the entire series.
The
For
entire series, all grades, not just mint state. You know, that's anything from very good up to, you know, mint state 66. You know, this is it. So for only 258,000 coins, it is a minuscule, tiny, tiny fraction of the
That's-
amount of coins that survive.
That's far less than 1% of the
Yeah,
total mintage.
far less.
Folks, that's
Yeah.
all grades. Circulated coins.
Right.
Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these heavy coins, struck in gold, a very soft metal, would acquire what is referred to as bag marks. And you can see from looking at this example, here's a typical double eagle. And you can see from the deep cuts and gouges, simply from abrading and colliding with other coins. Look at the deep cut along the rim and a deep gash in Liberty's waist. This coin is not even gradable. Here's another one. And you can see a deep cut along her upper cheekbone there, a deep scrape at the bottom part of her neck and back of her head. Again, this is all from contact. These are large, heavy coins. And this is why it is so hard to get high-quality, uncirculated coins, and why it's so exciting when we have these coins in this outstanding quality today. But folks, this is not any old Mint State 62 $10 Eagle. It's a San Francisco mint.
Yes.
And the
Great
thing about the great European gold hoard is that most of the gold coins coming out of those banks in Europe were struck at the Philadelphia Mint.
Right.
Understandably, the Philadelphia Mint was the closest mint to the East Coast.
Right.
So it was a short trip to the East Coast to get on a ship to cross the ocean. You rarely find gold from the great European gold hoard struck at the San Francisco Mint on the other side of the country.
Right.
Almost all the gold remained on the West Coast, and very few gold coins have survived, the process of...
Much less, yeah.
Yeah. To give you an idea how special this is, we have a chart here of showing the $10 Eagles, many of which we've offered in the past, but they're not nearly as rare as what we have today. Only about 250,000 in every date have been certified. And you can see the great majority are those earliest dates at the Philadelphia Mint.
Yeah, this is showing all those P mints from that last 15 years of the series. And you can see that San Francisco Mint, even though the mintage is higher than some of those
It's
Philadelphia
all about-
issues,
yeah,
it's
so-
about how few survived and
Exactly.
ended up in the hoard. Look at the populations in any Mint State grade. All the P mints from that end of that series are over 1,000 coins, and some you see over 10, over 20, almost 30,000 coins that have survived in Mint State for that 1907. You look at this coin, less than 700 graded by PCGS in all grades. And in the grade we have here, MS62, again, look at, you have coins at the top of that chart where there's over 10,000 graded, which is still a tiny amount with the number of coin collectors there are today. I mean, these are still pretty rare coins.
Those are,
But you get down to the
exactly.
bottom of this chart and look at this coin we have here today. Only 315 coins certified in Mint State 62, the same grade as the Smithsonian has.
Yeah.
Only 315 coins.
And even the number next to it. In all grades of Mint State, only 700 coins.
Right.
In other words, folks, this is a coin that's rare in any condition.
Yep.
That number, it's about 1 in 1,000 certified in this condition. 1 in 1,000. And 1899S, it's all about this incredible condition rarity. We have, folks, just over 100 examples. In other words, about 1/3 of the total population that just came out of the great European gold hoard.
Incredible.
1899 San Francisco Mint. This is extraordinary. Mint state 62, meaning it's really a nice uncirculated example.
It is a solid
Jack.
mint state example. 60 or higher on the grading scale is considered brilliant uncirculated. Mint state coins, coins with no wear, coins that never went into circulation. This is solidly in that category. This is a
Right.
62 coin.
In other words, folks, these are as if they were in a bag. If you had a typical bag, say, that had 1,000 1899's $10 eagles, the baggiest examples would, grade MS60 with a lot of bag marks.
Right.
These are among the finest surviving specimens. How a coin like this could survive in this condition, again, among the finest examples from a bag.
Right.
Struck over 120 years ago at the San Francisco Mint. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and there you see that S Mint mark right at the very bottom, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. This, folks, again, this is a Halley's Comet event, and the timing, the window of opportunity couldn't be more perfect. There was an article that came out, major publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?
Right.
Now, what they're talking about when they say generic is the most common gold.
Right. The most common dates.
The S Mint is a much, much rarer $10 eagle. But here's the sentence to focus on in this article. And this is what we have been telling our viewers now for several years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. Now, by spot, what they mean is the current value of gold.
Right. Spot is the day's price
Exactly.
of gold.
Right now, folks, gold is, $1,800, $1,900 an ounce. I remember around 20 years ago when gold was $350, $400 an ounce.
Right.
There were a lot of gold coins back then, common dates, that were selling for 10 times their gold value. And here we have gold at around $1,800, $1,900 an ounce. And these 1899 S's, just about a half an ounce of gold. And gold value alone, it's around $900.
Right. It's almost $1,000 worth of gold there.
This is the best part of all, Jack. Again, we get first crack at these opportunities that come out of the great European gold hoard.
Right.
And we hand select the deals we want and don't want, that we feel are best for you folks, our viewers. And this is a must-buy opportunity. 1899S Smithsonian quality.
Right. Same grade as the Smithsonian coin.
This is a
Same
coin
condition.
that would be a great opportunity at $39.95.
Right.
But it wouldn't be our best price. Our philosophy from day one, and it's the key to our success, is that when we get a great opportunity, that we pass our good fortune on to you.
Right.
And folks, we have these today. $29.95 would be an exceptional price. While we have these, a limited time opportunity, we just have over 100 examples, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's like a third
Never
of
in my lifetime, Jack, did I think we'd be able to get these.
Incredible.
This kind of quantity, maybe 5 or 10 examples, but just over 100.
Right.
And while we have them, Jack, folks, $1,995 a coin.
Great opportunity.
Yeah, again, remember, gold value alone, it's $900.
Right.
Incredibly rare.
Same quality
San
as the
Francisco
Smithsonian.
Mint.
The Smithsonian, one of the greatest collections ever established anywhere in the world ever. And it's the same quality as the Smithsonian. Our
San
national
Francisco
collection.
Mint.
San
Not
Francisco
Philadelphia Mint, San Francisco Mint. There are so few San Francisco Mint $10 eagles because so few of them made the trip from San Francisco to the East Coast to go to one of those banks in Europe.
And,
that's why we say these should not exist. It was one of those few bags.
Right. And so few tens on top of that. I mean, most of the coins that were transferred, people are trying to transfer a large sum of money. You go with the highest denomination. So the majority were the $20 double eagle.
That's right.
The tens are much harder.
The double
and then
eagles,
on top of that it's an S Mint.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. And it's available on the 2-payment option.
Right.
Because again, folks, this is one of those opportunities that we present now. We get so many people who will call in a week later, and we no longer have the coins.
Right.
So if you can't swing the entire amount today, all you have to do is put half down. Half down of only $997.50. And we'll put one of these 1899S Smithsonian quality $10 Eagles aside for you in our vault with your name on it. And you pay the balance in 30 days.
Right.
This is just such a sensational opportunity. Folks, sometimes some things that seem too good to be true really are true.
Right.
There was the story, it was just over a year ago. An individual found an 1854S $5 gold piece. $5 gold piece, which is about a quarter ounce of gold. And that's a blow up of the coin. And here's a reverse picture. And there again, you see that most important San Francisco Mint mark at the bottom. He showed it to a couple dealers who told him it was probably counterfeit.
Right.
He sent it to NGC for grading. And here's how it came back. The coin was genuine. It was a real 1854S, extra fine 45, meaning it had been in circulation. It had some light circulation, some light wear. It wasn't a mint state coin. He put the coin in auction. Sold for over $2 million. Very, very rare. Now, there's only a handful of those in existence.
Right.
But these 1899Ss, folks, they're really, really rare. And at $19.95, they're really, it's our best price. You know, it's our, you know, we have a great opportunity that came our way, and this is what we love to do most, is pass our good fortune on to you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the 1899S Liberty, turn of the century, struck in the 1800s, struck at the San Francisco Mint and Smithsonian quality, Jack.
Right, exactly. And such a low population. In this grade, the same grade as Smithsonian, only 315 coins certified by PCGS.
And then all grades,
So
700.
Yeah.
All grades, folks.
All grades.
In any condition, this is a really rare coin. If you found it in some, you know, jeweler's case and it was worn and it had cleaning all over it, and it would still be worth a premium because it's an 1899S.
Right.
Coins that should not exist, the only reason they exist is because they were in a vault in Europe since the 1930s.
Right.
It's called the Great European Gold Hoard. It was a result of the Great Depression, and very, very few San Francisco Mint issues were shipped to those banks in Europe. Almost all of the $10 Eagles were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, which was located on the east coast of the country.
Right.
San Francisco, very, very few gold coins made it across the country to those banks in Europe. This 99S is a coin. We've offered some great gold coins before, folks, but never an 1899S10 in 6.2, and we have we had over 100 examples to start.
Right.
We've got a lot of people calling in.
It's an incredible opportunity. I often tell collectors, coin collecting, a lot of it is just about being in the right place at the right time and knowing when to take advantage of an opportunity when it presents itself.
This
is one of those opportunities.
That's exactly. Folks, you could watch all the coin shows on TV for the next 20 years.
Right.
You will not see an 1899S gold opportunity like we have today. It truly is a Haley's Comet event. Please take advantage of this. This is a national treasure. There's so much historic importance to this. This is our history, our culture. It's what our country is all about. These are coins you want to hold on to, pass on to your kids, your grandkids, and keep in the family.
Right, make it your legacy.
These are coins here, these 1899S $10 Eagles. These are coins that are going to be very good to you. From Jack and I, the Coin Guys,
thanks for watching.
Thank you for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. I have some fabulous proof coins for you today, folks. In fact, this is the first time I've ever been able to offer these coins in the proprietary NGC Franklin We the People holder, and to offer them in Cameo Proof 67 condition. I don't have very many of a lot of these dates, so this has to be a shorter presentation. But it's such a thrill to be able to offer these coins. If you've watched my show for any length of time, you know that my first love are United States proof coins. Why? Well, very simply, there are two basic kinds of coins struck by the U.S. Mint. There are coins struck for commerce that we use to buy things with, and there are proof coins. Now, coins struck for commerce. Here's a Franklin $50 struck for commerce. It's a 1961, and these coins were struck once on high-speed presses on silver planches for the Franklin $50. They were struck once, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would go through coin counting machines, and then they would get dumped into bags and to be shipped to banks around the country to be used in commerce. And you could see all the bag marks, etc., that develop on the coin just through the minting process, folks, even though this coin is uncirculated. Now, again, the dies did not receive any kind of preparation, etc. Now, on the other hand, you have proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Now, the Mint's been making proof coins since the early 1800s. But in those early years, proof coins were only intended for very prestigious individuals, kings, queens, ambassadors, etc., and the Mint would strike a handful of these coins to give out as gifts to kind of show the technology that our country is capable of in striking these beautiful proof coins. And a proof coin, basically, the whole concept has not changed much in the last couple hundred years. The Mint takes the finest dies, they polish them to a very high degree until the dies have a mirror-like surface. They take the coin blanks, they give them a kind of polishing treatment as well. They carefully weigh them so they're the exact correct weight. And unlike commercial struck coins, which are fed into the die on high-speed presses, struck once and ejected into a bin, proof planchet would be slowly fed into the die. The die would strike the planchet at least twice, the coin blank at least twice, under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, most importantly, once struck, instead of being ejected into a bin, the coin would be individually handled, and it would go into its own individual packaging. It was never allowed to abrade with any other coins. So here's, for example, 1961, where you saw that 1961 uncirculated Mint State Franklin. Here's a proof set from 1961, and it's actually the very first coins I bought out of a coin shop or proof coins from 1962, almost the same exact year of this set you see here, and I paid $7 at the time, and this was, back when the face value of the set was 91 cents. And here's a 1961 set. Now, it's important to understand, and why I wrote my first book here, 1950 to 1970 Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, focusing on that era, because it's during this era when the Mint was really striking proof coins what I call the old-fashioned way. Most of your coins were struck. They had all kinds of flaws. The packaging was really poor. Here's a 1961 set. The coins are still in their individual compartments, and you can't really see it on camera, but this $61 $50, for example, it's a proof coin. It's pretty hazy, folks. If I were to cut this coin out, you would see some fields that are really, let me do that right now, just to give you an idea so you could see it, because seeing it through the cellophane envelope can be difficult. And here we got the coin, we have it cut out now, and you can see that haze that I'm talking about over the surface of the coin when I tilt it at a certain angle. And that's what happens to these older proof coins. Now, the Mint over the decades, received a lot of criticism for the poor quality of their proof coins. So they really worked on improving the quality over the decades from the 1960s into the 1970s, 1980s. And I think the breakthrough year for the Mint when it came to making proof coins was 1990. Because there you could buy a proof set from 1990 forward. And here's a set from 1991, for example. Every coin is as pristine and beautiful as the day it was struck, and every coin is a beautiful cameo. Look at the cameo contrast on these 1991 proof coins. Cameo contrast meaning the frosted proof devices. Now you see that on both the obverse and reverse of these coins. What makes these Franklin so special is that in this earlier era, only the earliest strikes had this kind of cameo contrast. I'd like you to take a look at these coins I have for you today. I have every Franklin year from 1953 to the last year of the series, 1963, in proof 67 cameo. You are allowed to just acquire one coin if you choose, or you can acquire the entire set. I have a limited number of the entire sets. In other words, I can't have somebody call in and order 8 1959s and 67 cameo. That would more than wipe me out. There are some very rare pieces in here in 6-7 cameo condition, folks. The population numbers I'm going to show you in just a minute will help you understand how special these coins are. These beautiful frosted cameo devices on the obverse and reverse. And that is so very important, because during this Franklin era, the Mint typically only replaced that half of the die pair that was most worn. So it was very difficult to get a Franklin with cameo contrast on the obverse and reverse like you see here. Look at this 1956 in the frosted portrait, and to find that frosted device on the reverse as well. Now, if you only have frost, for example, a cameo portrait on the obverse and not on the reverse, it gets what we call a star designation at NGC, and Sasha has one of those. And these are Franklins you find where the obverse was struck off a new die and had beautiful cameo contrast, but the reverse was an older die that had worn and had no cameo contrast. And so you see these one-sided cameos, and they get a star designation. They do not get a cameo designation. To get a cameo, it has to have this obverse and reverse frost. Now, how do you get a Franklin like this? During this era, here's what they did, and this was explained to me by a great gentleman when I was working on my first book, Mike Weaver. And he ended up as the chief of the coining division at the Philadelphia Mint. But he started out as a general helper when they were making proof coins back in the late 50s, early 60s. And he explained to me, Rick, here's what we did. We called it pickling. We would take these proof dies and we'd put them in a vat of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol. And we called that pickling because the acid would frost over the entire die. Then we would put the die on a buffing wheel. Now, the portrait of that die was recessed, so it didn't receive the buffing when they put it on the buffing wheel. Only the exposed fields received the buffing, and they would buff that die until those fields had a mirror-like finish. Now, they put that die in place, and you can imagine when they struck a proof Franklin, they used about 200 tons of pressure. And each coin would be struck twice under 200 tons of pressure. That acid-etched cameo portrait would be transferred to the coin blank, and the earliest strikes off these new dies would have these beautiful cameos. Each successive strike would have a little bit less cameo contrast than the preceding strike, until in a very short time, the dies would have very little frost left, and the coin struck would have very little cameo contrast. Most Franklin half dollars were struck in what we call brilliant proof condition with no cameo contrast. And Sasha has a couple beautiful examples in proof 67. And there we see a comparison. Now, that coin on the right is a beautiful proof 67, haze-free, pristine. That's why it's in my proprietary We the People holder. And there's an early strike in cameo proof 67. Now, here's the thing. During this era, you have these acid-etched dies that quickly wore away. What further complicates the issue is the fact that the obverse and reverse dies wore at different rates. And the Mint's practice back then was only to replace that half of the die pair that was completely worn. So if, for example, the reverse die was completely worn, the obverse die still had a little life left. They were both brilliant finishes with no cameo contrast, but they would replace the reverse die, and the new reverse die might have a beautiful cameo effect, but the obverse die would be quite worn with no cameo effect. Well, you know, another couple hundred strikes later, that obverse die would be quite worn, and they'd replace that. Well, by that time, the reverse die would have no cameo finish left on it. So the first strikes with that new die pair would have these beautiful cameo obverses with no cameo reverse. So to get a cameo, you had to have a brand new die pair. Now, we finally have been tabulating these grades at NGC in my proprietary We the People holder, and we finally have some meaningful numbers for you so you can see how rare these coins are in cameo condition. NGC has now been grading these coins in this proprietary We the People holder since late 2019. I have the populations in regular proof 67, 68, and 69, and then in cameo proof condition. And you can see for 1950, for example, there's only one 1950 that's been graded in 6-7 cameo. That's it, none higher. 1951, you've got 3 in 6-7 cameo, none higher. 26 graded in 6-7 and 6 graded in 6-8. And 6-8s go, folks, for over $10,000. 1952, look at the numbers there. How rare a 52 is in proof 67, proof 68 grade, almost impossible in 6-7 cameo. So we don't have those first 3 years. Call if you want to be first on the list to get one of those coins when I get one on my desk. We start with the 1953. Only 10 examples that have crossed my desk that have been certified for the NGC We the People holder. Only 10 examples, none higher. And you can see as you go down through those years there, 8 of the 1954s in 6-7, only 5 in 6-8 cameo. 55, 56 type 1. We don't have a 56 type 1 here, incredibly rare. 56 type 2 was a high point in cameo proof production at the US Mint for the 1950s. 43 graded in 7 cameo, 44 in 8 cameo, and 21 in 9 cameo. 56 was the best year in the 1950s when it comes to really nice cameos. And in terms of high-grade cameos, it's the best year in the entire series, folks. But then you get to the 57, 58, and 59, and 60. They get to be extremely elusive in cameo condition. The Mint simply had fewer coins struck in cameo condition in those years. And that's all outlined in all my books, how I talk about the rarity of these Franklin half dollars in the late 50s in cameo condition. And now we have finally have some meaningful population numbers that illustrate how rare these coins are. In 1961, you have 494 examples in proof 67. It's an elusive coin. But in 6-7 cameo, only 9 coins. In 6-8, 344 coins in proof 8, but in 6-8 cameo, 5 coins. In 1962, 429 in proof 67, only 24 in 6-7 cameo. And then you have the last year of the series, 361 in 7, only 16 in 7 cameo. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Mint was on an endless quest to improve the quality of their proof coins, introducing new technologies. And in the 1970s, they introduced a sandblasting technology to actually sandblast the proof die to create an intense frosted effect. And then they would buff the fields and actually use a chrome plating technique to harden the die. And this process was perfected by the late 1970s so that they could strike perhaps 1,000 Kennedy proofs with exceptional ultra cameo contrast before the die would wear. And then they would simply replace that die pair. So by the late 70s, when you bought a proof set from the Mint, every coin would be a beautiful cameo. The question is, would it be a proof 67, proof 68, proof 69, or even a proof 70? And they would even call them ultra cameo for the heaviest possible cameo contrast. This 1991 would be an ultra cameo, intense frosted cameo effect. Most of these Franklins are impossible, or next to impossible anyway, in ultra cameo condition. I mean, the highest grade 1959 I've ever handled in ultra cameo, there's one lone example in 6.8 ultra cameo, and two I've handled in 6.7 ultra cameo, and they're $25,000, $30,000 coins. These are superb cameo pieces. Lastly, if you get any single coin, you will get a brochure which explains the whole point of my Franklin, I call it the We the People holder, because Franklin was one of our founding fathers. It's the first three words in our Constitution, We the People. The whole point with this holder, and it's something that NGC actually approached me about, they said, Rick, you want to do a proprietary holder, that we would work with you on this. We would first grade any coin submitted to us, Franklin half dollars, and then you would be reviewing them to see if it merits your proprietary We the People holder. So only the coins that I personally review that meet my highest standards for exceptional eye appeal and quality for the date and grade go into this holder. Now this is really important, folks. You know, I mean, this is a legacy. You know, I've done many books. I'm working on a couple more books, but this is a legacy that I really want to leave for today's collector and collectors of future generations. If they're going to buy a Franklin, and it's in one of these holders, 50, 100 years from now, they're going to know it's an exceptional example for the date and grade. That's the whole point. In addition, you not only get that benefit, the second benefit is that NGC has their own separate independent population numbers for these proprietary Franklin coins on their website in their census. And the population numbers I just showed you are the latest NGC population totals for these Franklin half dollars. Now, the best part of all is the price, folks. These proof coins were struck in very limited numbers. For the entire Franklin series, the U.S. Mint only struck about 18 million Franklin half dollars in proof. Very few survived in 6.7 cameo condition, folks, as you could see from these latest population numbers. But let's start with the latest dates I have here in the set. The last year of issue, the 1963. If you want a 1963 proof 67 cameo, they're only $149 a coin. I've got these priced, folks. This is a ground floor opportunity, okay? Here you've got an incredibly rare piece, only 16 graded in 6.7 cameo to date. In cameo condition, only 12 graded higher, only $149. Exceptional eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. The 1962 6.7 cameo, same price, $149. Obverse and reverse. Now we get to the 61. The 61, folks, is a tough date to get in cameo condition. Only 9 graded to date in 7 cameo, 8 graded higher in cameo condition. It's only $179. I have limited quantities of a lot of these issues. Then we get to the 1960, another really elusive issue, only 17 graded in 7 cameo to date, 4 higher. Look at this 1960, folks. It's stunning. It's only $179. Now we get to a date that is one of the most important dates in the series, and it's all about condition rarity. Here they had a year where they struck over 1 million proof Franklin half dollars. How so very few survive in the condition you see this coin in 6.7 cameo condition, folks, with frost obverse and reverse. Now, I go into detail explaining the possible reasons these Franklins from the late 50s are so rare in 6.7 cameo condition. But this piece here, this 1959, we only have a few of these, are $950. Then we have the 1958, only 13 graded in 7 cameo, 6 higher, $495. Very hard to get a 58 like this. That's essentially spot-free, cameo contrasted, obverse and reverse. And then the 1957, 21 graded in 7 cameo, 12 higher. That number would be lower, but I had a group of about 15 examples that I had cherry-picked many, many years ago. I put aside, and then when NGC started doing this proprietary holder, these were coins that were just exceptional, and I sent them in for encapsulation. These 57s are only $359. And then we get to the 56. As I mentioned earlier, again, the most common issue in the series in nice high-grade cameo condition. But these coins are only $179, folks. That's a great, great price for a coin this rare and this beautiful. Absolutely, this is a collector's special, folks. This is what collecting is all about, you know? This is what, what got me so amped up about these coins when I saw my first cameo Franklin at a coin show in the early 1980s. I couldn't believe such Franklins existed. I thought they were all brilliant proofs until I saw in 1962 one day at a show with this beautiful cameo obverse. It just blew me away. And that's when I began my research of these coins. And then we get to the 1955, folks. Low proof mintage. Only 378,000 proof Franklin struck. Only 9 graded in 7 cameo, 9 higher to date. Very tough coin, especially in the We the People label, only $379. And then they get even rare to the 1954. Only 233,000 sets issued. They used box sets back then, which were the lowest, poorest possible quality for housing proof coins. So few survivors like you see here. Only 8 graded to date in 7 cameo, 5 higher, and these are $695. And then we get to the earliest date here, the key date, the 1953, folks. I only have a handful of these, only 10 graded in 6-7 cameo, none higher. To get a 53 like this, to give you an idea, I've been doing this again about 40 years. I've gone through thousands of original 1953 proof sets in that time. Over those decades, I may have handled a half a dozen 1953s of this quality, folks. And this coin is $1,795. Now this coin, if you just want the 1953, it's available on a 2-payment option. You can put half down today of $897.50. We'll hold one of these for you and pay the balance in 30 days. Now finally, if you want the entire set, I'm going to close it out right here. These are already great prices. Individually, that comes to $5,508. Okay, but if you get the entire set, I'll do one of these sets for $4,995. $4,995. You'll get a hardcover limited edition, limited 3rd edition of my Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar guidebook published by Whitman. Again, I've got a Franklin book. It's a Franklin Kennedy book really in the works right now. We've been hard at work on that, but you'll get one of these hand-signed if you get the entire set for only $49.95. These are exceptional pieces. Again, you will get one of these informational inserts that talk all about this Franklin We the People holder. I offer a similar holder for the Kennedy half-dollars and for the Eisenhower dollars. These are areas that I really want to earmark because these areas in the United States proof coinage, folks, have so much collector opportunity. The key is to have coins that are strictly conservatively graded. And that's what I'm doing. This has been my life's work. I want collectors who get these kinds of coins to know that 50, 100 years from now, they pass these on to their descendants, that they're going to have, among the very finest coins that have been reviewed by yours truly to your benefit. Thank you for watching this presentation. It's an absolute thrill to be able to offer Franklin half-dollars in this kind of beautiful cameo condition. Most importantly, you know, this book here was called Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era. There were all the other denominations survived in cameo condition as well, and there are a lot of rare coins in cameo condition from this era and later. And it's just a great, great area, great field for the collector of today. Thank you for watching.
Of a Kennedy half dollar. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have never seen this coin live before. We did this on a pre-sale. The coins are in. They're advanced releases. They are a perfect proof 70 grade. They're the latest issue, and they are just the third issue of the Kennedy half dollar in pure .999 silver. A brand new series of Kennedy half dollars that began in 2019 that features this silver coin in the purest silver available. Now, previous to these coins being struck in pure silver, the silver coins were 90% silver. Now, there's just something about a pure silver Kennedy half dollar that's a little bit different than all the others. A little cut above. The metal flow in the die work is just a little bit more pronounced. It illustrates and highlights the artistic engraving and the amazing die selection that San Francisco used for the striking of these coins. When the United States Mint at San Francisco sets about to strike a collector version of the most popular half dollar the U.S. has ever issued, in pure silver, they have a completely different look. You know, a cut above. Brighter, more high relief indicators, more frostiness on the devices, Kennedy's profile and the eagle, all the lettering, and a more pronounced field. And that gives this ultra cameo coin the ultimate look of an ultra cameo coin. That black and white, it jumps out at you. Now, when you get this coin home, that black background is going to be a mirror. You're going to see your own reflection. On camera, it appears as black and white. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot talk about the latest issue of the Kennedy half dollar without talking about the originals. 1964 Kennedy half dollars were issued because of the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And the design to this day remains a memorial to the fallen president. And because of that, because so many collectors remember that day, remember seeing the events, that any Kennedy half dollar issued by the United States of America today becomes instantly collectible. But this opportunity is truly, truly unique. Because for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, collectors are going to be given the opportunity through Rare Collectibles TV to own something that nobody else has an opportunity to get. These new issues feature, for the first time, a label of advanced releases. Now, let's not forget that this coin is in a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade. Now, Proof 70 is the highest designation a proof coin could get. In fact, the number 70 refers to absolute perfect condition, flawless example. Even under magnification of 5 times, no flaws. No flaws at all are observed. Ultra Cameo, not just Cameo, but Ultra Cameo, the highest designation of a Cameo coin. So this coin touches all the bases, and it adds one more. This coin features the Advanced Releases label, and let me just say this, ladies and gentlemen. The label that is available only by invite. Let me say that again. The label that is available by invite only. What does that mean? Well, this is the only pedigree of its kind. The only way that we can get this and you can get this is by being invited by NGC to be one of the very select few dealers in this country who are known to the U.S. Mint to be the top buyers of these coins. So we are given a consideration that few are, that when it comes to getting the earliest examples, there is no example earlier than Advanced Releases. And again, it's only by invite. And we were lucky enough to be invited to participate in what is a joint venture between NGC and the United States Mint. The beneficiary are you collectors, because you get something that is so fleeting. The coins are in. And just as we described in the pre-sale, and you are watching the official launch of the coins live on the set, in the studio, ready to be shipped out. The only label of its kind, ladies and gentlemen, it is a VIP label. It is like getting a front row seat. It's like sitting in the dugout in the World Series. This is the ultimate, as well as the grade, the designation. Since 1964, the Kennedy half dollar has been popular amongst collectors. Year in and year out, these are Kennedy half dollar mintages of coins in proof, collectors issued. And again, only the 3rd year that the Kennedy half dollar has been struck in pure 0.999 silver. This just started in 2019. So every one of those issues that you see right there are collector's versions not released into circulation, and all these collectors had to go to the U.S. Mint to get them. There was no network of distributorship in this country or any country for these coins. You had to pick up a phone in the early days and order them direct from the U.S. Mint, fill out an order form, and collectors only love these coins because they are the ultimate in design. They're struck a minimum of 2 times from dies that have been specially selected and then engraved and waxed and polished to the point where the examples that come off the coining press are the highest quality, both in strike and in cameo. And then to make that even more exciting, just a handful of examples are struck at a given time on a hand-operated press with increased pressure over the regular issues that were meant to be released into circulation, giving these coins a high relief appearance like no other. So you can see every year. Now, mintages are very small in comparison to the amount of coins that are released into circulation. But you add up every one of those years, ladies and gentlemen, and you see that there are millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. Year in and year out, Now, when we come to the end of the table, this is where all the excitement begins, because as you get to the bottom, there's all the pertinent information about what we're talking about right now. Those are the mere 3 issues that this coin has been struck in pure silver. Now, I hope you see by all the previous years and each individual year of collectors, how many thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of Kennedy half-dollar collectors there are out there. And when we start getting into these mintages of the pure silver, the tiny amounts that have been issued. Now, 2021, in the silver issue, the coins that we're featuring right now, we don't know what the limit will be on the mintage. We don't know it yet. It hasn't been announced. But I can tell you this. These are the coins that were put aside for a very select few, and I mean very select, of individual companies that have buying power, that impress the U.S. Mint by the amount of collectors they represent. That's Rare Collectibles TV. Here's a really brief history of the Kennedy half-dollar. Business strikes. Now, there have been 211 business strike issues. Proof strikes. You can see how much fewer proofs are issued than business strikes. Only 86. But then, the beginning of a new series in pure silver. To date, only 3 issues, and you are now looking at the 3rd. But the first and only time that you've ever been able to get a Kennedy half-dollar in advance releases. Pedigree is what this is all about. This synopsizes all those tables and all those millions and all those various years that collectors love. This is happening right now, and we're offering these coins as fleeting an opportunity as this is. And I can't stress that enough. Advanced releases are brand new. They have taken the world by storm. But I want you to know that when it was announced that there would be an opportunity for collectors to get days before the release to the regular world, I mean, consider yourself an invitee, a VIP, move to the front of the line. Folks, at $289, we have set this deal up. This is historic. Now, when you take a look at those images, when you take a look at that shot, the first thing you're going to notice, you rarely get an opportunity to see a Kennedy half-dollar in that state of perfection, that state of quality. There is something about a pure silver coin that lends itself to the collectible striking. When a coin is struck as a collectible, when a coin is issued to be put away for generations, never to be released into circulation, where the mint is concentrating on the quality level to such a degree that nearly every coin that is struck in the run, are you ready for this, is not satisfactory, doesn't cut it, is rejected and melted down, and they start all over again. Hardly any of those coins make it to the end of the line where they are released to collectors. Most do not make it. It takes so much for the U.S. Mint to strike a coin as a proof. Now, it's probably a good opportunity for me to explain for all you collectors out there, I know there's a lot of new collectors as well, the difference between a business strike and a proof issue. And let me tell you, a business strike, just as its name implies, is a coin that is meant to be used in business, in commerce, to be released into circulation and spent as money. And so the aim at the Mint is quantity, not quality. And the coins are struck on a high-speed press. And they're struck very, very quickly, thousands at a time. And they're put into bags because the ultimate aim is to enhance the money supply, to put coins into circulation, to be spent. The version you're looking at right there starts out completely differently. First of all, only the finest die pairs are selected to strike these coins. And believe me, that means a lot because not all die pairs are equal. Some die pairs are, well, let's say more artistically engraved than others. The mint master, if you will, begins to inspect all these dies that are currently being used to produce circulating Kennedy half dollars. And one or two will be selected as a cut above all the others. And then they are further enhanced. And by the time those die pairs are given to the coin press operator to make these collectible coins, they have gone through an amazing revitalization. And this is where we get the most amazing Kennedy half dollars. And only a few at a time are struck. And as I said, under immense increased pressure, hundreds of tons more than regular issues. Well, pure silver is a soft metal. And when you have such pressure and such quality of die work, such artistry, the designs that are brought out, the detail of the designs, and detail that you do not see on the regular issues. And then furthermore, the expert graders at NGC pick out those coins. The perfect coins are separated from the near perfect. And they're hard to tell. You got to have loads of experience and have the eye for it and know what to look for. When one grader grades that coin a perfect proof 70, the coin is passed to another. But that grader does not know what the previous grader graded the coin as. He grades it on his own as if it's being graded for the first time. If that then is given a perfect grade, it's pretty amazing, right? But the next grader that grades it, because there are three, does not know what the previous grader or the grader before that. If after three graders agree that one coin is a perfect grade of proof 70, it is then given that grade. So there is so much expertise that goes into grading just one coin and a guarantee of accuracy. And as we stand here today, all us collectors have not just embraced the grade of proof 70 Ultra Cameo, but we see the evidence. We see the quality, that wow factor. And don't we all, as collectors, want that eye appeal first and foremost? Now, $289. These are the most coveted and unique labels. And I have to tell you, the coins are graded expertly. The opportunity to own something that you literally have to be invited to partake in is something akin. You know what it's akin to? This company, Rare Collectibles TV, has been invited to partake on a few select coins known as the European Bank Hoard in gold. And I mention that because only a handful of companies are invited. And we get to sit down and look at these coins that are coming in from bank hoards that have never been seen in decades. And we get to pick the finest. And that's what happens here. And that's why for $289, the advanced releases, because this is the first ever opportunity to get the new series of Kennedy half dollars in pure silver, or the only one ever for 2021 with a designation of being one of the few advanced releases. The coin is the absolute highest grade attainable. The Cameo designation, highest attainable. So that gives you the ultimate in quality that will never be surpassed. A VIP ticket to the front of the line. In fact, it's not even the front of the line. You are getting there before it even opens up. That's what it's really like. Like getting to the front row before the building even opens up for anybody else. That's what advanced release is all about. Now, I do want to mention, in this day and age, with a Kennedy half dollar exceeding the popularity of almost every coin ever issued by the United States of America. Think of that. There are few coins in all of U.S. history that have the popularity of the Kennedy half dollar. You're up against thousands and thousands of collectors who are putting together or have put together Kennedy half dollar collections. This is a must edition. As you are looking at the live coins ready to go, that's where it really hits home, where there's really a call to action on your part, because the coins are here. It is now live and ready to go. Take a look at the quality of these coins. And finally, I want to say this. When it comes to quality, technology, and artistry, the United States of America has led the way. You can think back to the early Renaissance of coin design, and one thing rings true, that the USA has always illustrated its technological expertise in striking coins and its artistic achievement in design. This is brought home more than ever in this Kennedy half dollar. I hope you get an early coin, an advanced release coin right now. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. Presentation. I got a lot of info to impart to you, and I really think this is an amazing opportunity for everybody. Now, whether you're a collector of silver dollars or not, this is a must-have coin, because this is the last silver dollar of its kind. And at any time the United States of America discontinues a coin, everybody wants it. You look at the last Morgan, the last Peace dollar, the last of anything. So just as important as the first is the last. Now, for those of you who are unaware, you collectors out there, 2020 and 2021 are going to be big years for the Silver Eagle dollars. You know, back in 1986 is when the very first Silver Eagle dollar was issued. Now, this shortly followed the signing by Ronald Reagan into law of the Liberty Coin Act. And that was done in 1985. For that reason, you will notice on our coins that we have an exclusive label that features some fantastic artwork featuring a portrait of Ronald Reagan that was sculpted by the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, Mr. John Mercanti, who just so happens also to have been the designer of the reverse of this silver dollar, as you can see right there. And let us not forget that not only did John Mercanti design the reverse, the heraldic eagle reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar, but he also gave the obverse the John Mercanti artistic treatment. He re-engraved the dies and came up with an extended tribute masterpiece to Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half-dollar design. So this coin, from the day it was issued, featured one of the most iconic symbols on the obverse and also one of the most iconic symbols on the reverse, the heraldic eagle reverse. So now that was borrowed by John Mercanti from some of our earliest silver dollars. This is a special year for these dollar coins. Now, earlier the U.S. Mint announced that the Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse is going away. It's being retired. And this has really set the collecting world on fire, because every Silver Eagle collector now wants the very last of what we call now the Type 1s with that Heraldic Eagle Reverse. But there is only one of these last silver dollars that is not going to be struck with the Mercanti reverse in 2021. That's right. The proof will feature the Mercanti reverse midway through the year, and it will then transition to the new reverse. and all the other issues with the exception of this one coin, the burnish die. Now, the burnish die is the most unique of all the Silver Eagle finishes. It is the only coin struck for the collector that has not been struck multiple times to bring out all that detail. This coin features a mint mark on the coin, in this case, West Point, the W mint mark. And it is, ladies and gentlemen, the undisputed champion when it comes to Silver Eagles. This coin has flown under the radar since 2006, when it was first issued. Forevermore, 1986 to 2021 will be known as the Type 1 Silver Eagle. As you can see, in 1986, there were business strikes and proofs. Now, the business strikes, uncirculated finish, were distributed by a network of dealers to individuals throughout the country. If you wanted one of those coins, you did not go directly to the U.S. Mint to get them. There was a network of distributors. Now, the next column, the proof, those were the coins that were struck a minimum of 2 times, that featured a mirrored background and a satin or frosty profile, or image of liberty in this case. And as you can see, those coins in the what is basically the middle column there were ordered directly by collectors from the U.S. Mint. So if you wanted one of those coins, where you went to get it was direct to the U.S. Mint. Beginning in 2006, a special issue of the American silver dollar was released. And as you can see in this first table, for all the very first years, leading all the way to 2001, there was no burnished dies issued. Now take a look at the second page here. Beginning in 2006, when the burnished die first hit the scene, the first thing you're going to notice is that the collector version of the proofs and the burnished die, well, look at the rarity of the burnished die. Less than half the amount struck of the proofs. And this goes on. Look at 2007. And look at all the dates in relation to the business strikes and the proofs. And it is clear that the burnished dies are twice as rare as the proofs. That is really something. Recently, a proof version of an American Silver Eagle sold out in 3 minutes. You may have heard about it. Over 300,000 coins like that. This coin that we're doing here is the forgotten issue. And there's something really special about it. This is the bona fide, actual, very last Mercanti reverse for this coin. There will be no Mercanti reverse of the burnished die issued in 2021. By the time the 2021 burnished die comes out, it will feature the new Type 2 reverse. So this is a rare, rare coin. Now, something I want you to notice right off the bat, it's mintage. In red is the, now this coin is sold out, by the way. There will be no more of these issues. You are looking at the mintage of the 2020 burnished die. Take a look at what they did in 2020 in the business strikes, in that proof coin, and look at the burnished die. 154,867, and that's it. They are sold out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to an amazing set of circumstances. This burnished die is 50 times rarer than the business strikes. Since 2006, when they began issuing the burnished die, only 4.5 million coins have been issued. All those dates, you think about it, 06, 07, 08, and they didn't make one in 2009, and they didn't make one in 2010. So they skipped a couple of years, but the mintages are minuscule. This is the forgotten coin. I want to take a minute to explain something special about the burnished dies. Now, when you think of a burnished die, what do you think of? You think of that cylinder. There's two of them that are put into the coining press that contain the design of the obverse of the coin and the reverse of the coin. And a coining blank, what we call a plangent, is inserted into that coining press. And the two dies clash against that plangent in the middle and impart the design. So when we think of burnished die, you think, well, they take those cylinders of steel and they burnish them. And burnishing is imparting a matte finish, an extra heavy satin finish, like those great high-grade uncirculated coins that we know and love. But it's a little misleading because in essence, the dies are not burnished, no. What happens here, and this is the most labor-intensive silver dollar the United States of America issues. It is tougher to strike this coin in a burnished die than in a proof or in a business strike. The plangents, the blank, are manufactured at the mint, and they are stamped out of sheets of silver, and the blanks are created, and they are labor-intensive on their own. But to make it an even more time-consuming and costly endeavor, those coining blanks are then placed into a big drum. And inside that drum are little balls, almost like BBs. And the coining blanks are put in the tumbler. And these balls rub softly against the coins. They're tumbled very slowly. And this continuous action imparts onto the coining blank this satin finish. So it's a little misleading. It's not the dies that are burnished. It is the individual coining blanks. And then, this is something that is not done with any other silver dollar, this burnishing technique. It is then that the coins are hand-fed into a hand-operated coining press. Now, here's the difference between this coin and all the other collectible Silver Eagle dollars that are minted. The reverse proof, the proof, these coins are then struck only one time. So here is the rarity of these coins. What we are featuring, ladies and gentlemen, are the highest graded examples. Now, in mint state, these are the highest coins to achieve a perfect grade in. These are the only coins in mint state 70 of the burnished die, the only ones that contain a mint mark, the W mint mark. And they give you the rare opportunity for a coin that will seldom achieve perfection to put into your collection. 50 times rarer than the business strikes, twice as rare as the proofs. The most time-consuming and laborious coining operation of a silver dollar the U.S. Mint does are these burnished dies right here that the U.S. Mint strikes. This is the only opportunity you will get to own this burnished die coin. In the last Heraldic Eagle reverse, there will not be one for 2021. When this coin is issued again, it will feature the Type 2 reverse. So you are looking at the last one, and I think that's very confusing for most collectors because the proof, the last Heraldic Eagle reverse, is going to be 2021. But this coin stops now. This is the final Type 1 of the burnished die. And the series is really short, ladies and gentlemen. When you talk about all the Silver Eagles that have ever been issued, you could hold all the coins in one hand that have a mintage as low as this coin. But this is the only one that is going to be the very last. And for that reason alone, collectors who have never even touched one of these coins are coming from everywhere. And that's why this coin is a complete and total sellout. This is where we stand right now. Almost $350. You know, this would be a great opportunity for me to tell you Rare Collectibles price. Hold on to your hats, folks. $295 right now in a perfect grade in Rare Collectibles TV's exclusive Mercanti Reagan label. Now, here's where I got to get a little pushy. We're going to offer quantity deals on these coins. I know, $295 is beating everybody's price from the get-go. But here's an opportunity to get them for $290 each. 5 coins. 5 coins. And this is where you want to put these away, ladies and gentlemen, because I am looking at coins right now with twice the mintage of this coin that's sold out in a heartbeat. And this is your chance to get a coin that most collectors do not realize is the very last of its kind, the 2020. So 5 coins, $1,450 each. That's $290 a coin. And we're going to break that up into 2 equal payments of $725. You got to ask about that. You got to take advantage of the 2-pay option. Again, it's a must if you have a real desire to put away something rare at the ground floor entry level, because that's where we're at. 10 of these coins are priced out at $285 each, $2,850, 2 payments of $1,425. In 1974, John Mercanti joined the United States Mint, and he was an assistant engraver. And what that meant was his forte was artistic engraving and modeling. He created these designs that you see, this reverse design. He enhanced the obverse, which means he really did it all over again. And he started out engraving the artwork to perfection on what is known as a plaster model. And it's big, size of a dinner plate or even larger. From there, after his artwork was complete, he set about the task of creating the coin, of reducing the artwork down to the size of a coin. And this is a monumental task. And it culminates in John Mercanti engraving the dies by hand that created these great designs. This is a throwback to the very beginning of design techniques of the U.S. Mint. This was John Mercanti, an artist at heart. He culminated his tenure at the United States Mint as chief engraver in 2010. He was just the 12th chief engraver the United States Mint ever had. This coin is considered a masterpiece. His tribute to the original heraldic eagle reverse is going away. $295, ladies and gentlemen. And we can take you all the way down to $285 a coin. This is big news. Now, here's one right here at about $350. And take a look at what the coin is. It is a perfect grade, Mint State 70, burnished die, the last of its kind. I'm going to show you some coins that feature special labels, but I don't really think that there is a label out there that has the correlation that our Mercanti Reagan label has. So this has the father of the American Silver Eagle, Ronald Reagan, and the creator, John Mercanti. This has both of the men who made it happen on the label. Now, the label is autographed by John Mercanti. Now, here is another label out there, and I want to just show you this coin right now is the most under-the-radar issue. Most collectors do not realize, and we're telling everybody right now, that burnished die for 2020 with the last heraldic eagle reverse is it. There will not be a 2021. This is the legitimate last one right here, and the only silver eagle that can say that. So that coin right there is $350. This one is $450. A 2020 in perfect grade. The burnished die silver eagles began in 2006, and they are the only Mint State silver eagles that bear the mint mark. on the reverse of the coin, like a Morgan dollar would. This coin struck at the United States Mint at West Point only one time. And you know, if you're a collector of proof coins, one of the reasons why we love them so much is because of all that strike, which brings out that detail, which allows some of those coins to be graded in a perfect proof 70. If you want the toughest to achieve, the absolute hardest coin to garner in a perfect grade, it's that coin that was struck only one time. You know, they didn't strike Morgan dollars multiple times to bring out the relief. So when you come across a Morgan dollar in a Mint State 68 or maybe a Mint State 69, it's a 5 or 6 figure coin, thousands of dollars. And the reason why, it's an oddity for a coin only struck one time to be a perfect or near perfect or highest grade. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is just that oddity. In a burnished die, in the ultimate grade of Mint State 70. Now, if you're just beginning your coin collecting endeavors, coins are graded on what we call the Sheldon grading scale. At the very top of that scale is the number 70. It means the coin is flawless. It means the coin, when viewed under 5 times magnification, has no flaws whatsoever. This is easier to do on a proof coin because the coins are struck multiple times. It is near impossible with a one-strike blow. But that's what we have right here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you a 2018. This is also one of the key dates in the series. $400. At $295, there is something extra special about the 2020. This coin will not be a transition coin. When it is issued in 2021, it will only have the Type 2 reverse. So I want to call out to everybody and let everybody know that the last of the Heraldic Eagle Reverse Mercanti Silver Eagle dollars in a burnished die is right here, right now. $295. Now, the reason why we've gone big quantity on this and a really low price is this is a must coin. And I realize that many collectors think they've got another year. They've got time. You do not. This is it. They've sold out completely. The mintage is really low. 4.5 million of these coins have been issued, and that, my friends, puts it in the lowest amount of coins ever issued for an American Eagle silver dollar by year. Last time, ladies and gentlemen, in the highest grade available, with our exclusive label, and by the way, that's a pedigree that everybody wants, our exclusive Mercanti Reagan label. Only Rare Collectibles TV features coins with that label, and only in perfect grades. And when you talk about the rarest of the rare at an unbelievable below the radar price, now I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. And that means that your neighbors can now hear this, and they know as well as you do that this is the last one, the bona fide. If you think you can wait until you get into 2021 deep for this coin, not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. This coin is sold out, rare, and gone. So I hope you get an opportunity. That's why we've gone big. 10 coins for $2,850. Don't forget, you can split that payment into 2 equal payments of $1,425. And that brings the price down to $285 a coin, ladies and gentlemen. And at $295, we're beating the competition straight up in comparison, perfect grades to perfect grades. The reason why we are doing this, ladies and gentlemen, we have more Silver Eagle collectors at our network who love putting together the whole date run. We want everybody who wants to build that burnished die collection to know that we can help you own it all, from 2006 right to the very last one. And you got to get the last one first because there was only 154,000 of them. They're already gone. And when we talk about selling like hotcakes, that is an understatement. Get 1, get 5, get 10, but you got to get them, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you for being part of this presentation. History right here, right now, and I invite you to stay tuned. And I'll see you soon. Rare Collectibles TV, we have a first year of issue coin that's in a perfect grade, and it's really going to surprise you at how difficult a coin it is to get. It's now a part of the past. We have a little quantity of these. This is a hard deal to put together. This is the highest known grades, the finest examples in all aspects of coin grading. It's a Proof 70. It's Ultra Cameo. It's an amazing design. Now, I don't think there's a collector out there who is not familiar with the most American of all coin designs. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say it's a St. Gaudens gold $20 gold piece. Or you're going to say it is one of the wonderful Walking Liberty half dollars. Again, if you want to talk about uniquely American, it's going to be the Buffalo nickel. That great design of James Earl Frazier's, that great Buffalo design or Indian head design that was first issued in 1913 as a Buffalo nickel. Now, what you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen, is James Earl Frazier's original design from 1913. That's what this design of this coin is based on. Much like that 1913 issue being the very first one captivated the world, this is the first of its kind as well. Now, it took a good couple of centuries, even longer, for the United States of America to issue a gold coin that was pure 24-karat gold. Previously, the highest purity of a gold coin from the United States of America was 22-karat, 0.916. In 2006, a new Buffalo design was issued in the ultimate, in a solid pure gold coin. This is the very first year of the coin that today is still being struck and is issued annually in all forms of collectability. But as we all know, when we look back at the very first Gold Eagle, the 1986, well, we know that that coin in a collector's version in a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is the first one in the series, and to this day, the one that is the hardest to grade in a perfect Proof 70 grade. Now, we're not going to be offering 1986 Proof Gold Eagles, but we are offering 2006 Proof Gold Buffaloes. This one has a mintage of only 246,000, but we're going to put it all out on the table here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to tell you why this is my favorite of all of them, including the 2013 Reverse Proof, the coin that was the 100th anniversary coin to the original. The design of this coin was taken from the Type 1 Buffalo nickels. Beginning in 2006, what we have done here, ladies and gentlemen, the far right column, you see that percentage of mintage in green. I want you to take a look because that is everything when it comes to collecting Proof Gold Buffaloes. Now, let me just throw in a few caveats. Number one, this coin, the first year is 2006. And I'm going to explain in a second why 2006 is the hardest coin to achieve in a perfect grade. You take a look at that percentage of perfection and why the coin is so hard to get today. Number one, well, it was the first year. 246,267 coins were sold by the United States government directly to collectors like you and me. This isn't one of those coins where you could walk into a myriad of coin dealers and get one of these coins. There was only one distributor of this coin, and that was the U.S. government, direct to us collectors. And whether you were a dealer or not, that's how you had to get them. up until 2006, the United States was the only country of major gold producing coins that didn't have a pure gold coin. You look at all the other issues, Canada with the maple leaf, Australia, China, the Philharmonic, all of those coins were pure gold. And the reason for that purity was that they wanted an international base, an international audience, because almost everywhere in the world, people want to have that pure gold. And when I'm talking pure gold, I mean 4 nines fine, 0.9999 fine gold. As pure as you can get, 24 karat, all gold. And because of that fact, and because of the design that was reminiscent, not just reminiscent, but identical to the original Buffalo nickel, this coin has a truly uniquely American design of the life and culture of the High Plains, captured not just collectors here in the US of A, but all over the world due to its pure gold collectability. James Earl Fraser, the designer of the Buffalo nickel. Now, James Earl Fraser, when he produced the Buffalo nickel in 1913, James Earl Fraser produced one of the last coins of the American Renaissance, the redesign of American coinage that began with Augustus St. Gaudens and President Teddy Roosevelt in 1903, when plans were laid to redesign all of our American coinage. And Augustus St. Gaudens was the man who was asked, who was commissioned by the president himself to redesign. Now, you all know, if you watch this show, that Augustus St. Gaudens was only able to complete 2 designs of the redesign of the Renaissance before he passed away. But he had a group of protégés that he had mentored and he had schooled, and one of those artists was James Earl Fraser. And upon the death of St. Gaudens, James Earl Fraser began to really be inspired to create a design that was uniquely American for a brand new nickel. Very aggressive was James Earl Fraser, so much so and so insistent that he was awarded this commission not just because he had studied under Augustus St. Gaudens. They met in Paris when James Earl Fraser was studying art. And immediately, Augustus St. Gaudens took him under his wing and employed him. They went back to the United States of America, and Augustus St. Gaudens gave him a job modeling the plasters that would become coins. And even after James Earl Fraser opened up his own studio in the last years of Augustus St. Gaudens' life, he gave work to James Earl Fraser of many, many projects. This gentleman was an accomplished artist that was recognized for his great works, of which there were many. Like a few artists of the day, he was commissioned by the U.S. Mint to create a design outside of the mint. Now, the Buffalo nickel was going to replace the Barber coinage, a design that most everybody in the country, including leading scholars and artists, thought had long since overstayed its welcome. With the beginning of the Renaissance of redesign in the early 1900s, this was going to definitely change. But there had never been a coin like the Buffalo design. In fact, this was such an American design that not only did it have a wonderful lifespan of 1913 to 1938 on the Buffalo nickel, but again, in 2001, the coin was brought back on a silver dollar, this original Type 1 design. And that was an instant sellout. And it really heightened the awareness of the most unique design ever on an American coin. So it was no surprise in 2006, because American culture is exported all over the world. Every one of our fads, music, movies, you name it, it's admired and replicated everywhere in the world. So the design of this magnitude on the first ever pure gold coin was sure to captivate collectors all over the world, and it did. And in fact, the highest mintage is this first year. Because of its widespread appeal, these coins were very quickly to sell out. And what has been discovered is that of all the issues, and you will see, the mintages have dropped substantially, but one thing you're going to note, percentage-wise, in terms of coins certified in a perfect grade, not a single one of the issues that followed the very first one could lay claim to the smallest amount, percentage-wise, being certified in a perfect grade. In fact, when you look at the top of the list, there were only 11,887 2020 proof buffaloes struck, period. But yet, 31.6% of them will grade in a perfect grade. So what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is you have to submit about 3 or 4 coins to get one perfect grade. Well, you drop that all the way down to the bottom of the list, and it's not even 8% of the time. It's 7.7% of the time, which means you got to submit a lot of coins, 4 times as many, to garner one perfect grade of a 2006. Now, this is hard to do because 2006s are all over the world, being hoarded, being put away, being collected by collectors, and they never see the light of day. And that is why the first year of issue of a brand new series is the most important issue. And I could name dozens of coins where you will know that is true. The very first Washington quarter, the very first Mercury dime, the very first Lincoln penny, the very first $20 gold piece. Should I go on? Because the list is endless, because the very first of every coin is the key to owning a complete collection or even starting a collection. We're offering this coin for an amazing price. James Earl Fraser. He was the son of a railroad engineer. And so he experienced the pioneer in commercial expansion westward of the United States of America firsthand with his own eyes. And the Native American culture and way of life was really inspiring to James Earl Fraser. And he began to get immersed in the artwork of the Native Americans, cave drawings, and all the culture that was so widely viewed when you lived on the high plains. And from this, he began to develop a style that was unique. And in fact, when he began to design the Buffalo nickel, he did something that no other artist had ever done before. He actually used 3 models of Native Americans, combined them into one amazing image of a Native American. And this, unlike many of the previous coins that paid tribute to Native Americans, was not Lady Liberty on the coin. You won't see her anywhere on this coin. But an actual Native American, well, really, 3 actual Native Americans compiled into one composite. That simple profile right there has withstood the test of time, in fact, become such a symbol of why America is unique that it is the only coin that made it from a United States nickel to a U.S. silver dollar to a $50 gold piece. We collect coins for a lot of reasons, but I think something that we all have in common is the fact that we want the first issue of a series that is so exciting, so unique, and such a large coin. This coin was the exact definition of a must-have and a beginning. Now, I mentioned other first years of issue. Here's a 1907 first year of the $20 gold St. Gaudens. Coin brought over $120,000. Now, I also mentioned the Buffalo nickels from the first year, 1913. Because the Buffalo design was so uniquely American, there is a mint state 67 plus Buffalo nickel. And I want you to take a look at what it brought at auction. Almost $46,000, one nickel. Here's a 1921S. Now that's one of the very low mintage years of the Buffalo nickel and one of the most collected and sought after dates. Over $40,000 at auction. Now, I also mentioned the very first year of the Gold Eagle, the Proof Gold Eagle, 1986. Now, the 1986 Proof Gold Eagle had a mintage of very close to 1.5 million. It was a great success. There's one in a 70 grade at over $4,700. So right now, folks, we have this coin in the ultimate grade of Proof 70, the ultimate designation of Ultra Cameo. In terms of the finish of the coin, in terms of the mirrored background and the satin design of both the Buffalo and the Native American, obverse and reverse, these coins display the ultimate in cameo, the ultimate in contrast. They are a perfect Proof 70 grade, which means that under extreme magnification, not a single flaw could be observed in any of these coins. And that's how they separate themselves from a Proof 69. You really have to magnify that coin, get down deep to see if there are any surface anomalies that the eye doesn't pick up that would keep it from garnering a perfect grade. Every one of the coins that we have, not a single flaw, all perfect. There have been issues of the Buffalo that people talk about day and night. But what really comes back around every time is when you talk about the first of a series, and when you talk about the first ever pure gold coin. Now, again, up until then, all the $20 gold double eagles were 22 karat gold, 0.916 fine. All of the 10s, all of the 5s, all of the coins that we love that are classic American. Even the gold eagles from 1986 and beyond, a 22 karat gold coin, because that's how the U.S. always did it. But in 2006, a new purity. And in fact, today, most of the coins being issued by the U.S. Mint in silver dollars are pure. The Silver Eagle dollar and all the annual issues, pure silver. So the world demands that purity. Collectors all over the world are used to the purest of metals, the purest of gold. And I think with the U.S. adopting that pure gold standard, it has invited collectors to get in on this first year of issue. When you compare the mintage of the first year of the Gold Eagle at 1.4 million to the first year of the Gold Buffalo at 246,000, it's a night and day difference. You will find that they just do not certify in a perfect Proof 70 grade commonly. In fact, every other year beats them out. I can even recall that the 2013 reverse proof, which is not on my list because it's a reverse proof, but the mintage of that coin was about 47,000. But yet, in a perfect Proof 70 grade, it happens 13% of the time. So as this program went on and the ability to create the dies and the modeling began to improve, so did the quality of the coin. But the initial year had the lowest occurrence in Proof 70 of any year, and there hasn't been a year yet that can match it. American history has looked so favorably upon James Earl Fraser as an artist. In fact, I invite you to check out some of the great works of art that we're going to feature and point out of James Earl Fraser when you get a moment, because there are many works. James Earl Fraser designed the World War I Victory Medal. And all over this great country are monuments and sculptures and statues that were done by James Earl Fraser, which are recognized as some of the greatest works of art. But the man did only one coin, and that one coin was the Buffalo nickel. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first ever in the ultimate grade with the ultimate designation, the one that it happens to the fewest of all, the 2006 Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, $3,495. And ladies and gentlemen, there's never going to be a lot of these coins for anybody. I think we've come up with a great little quantity of them here, but please keep this in mind. 2006, when these coins were released, the sellout was quick. The demand was amazing. It was worldwide. I am so lucky, and we as a company are so lucky that we have the little cachet of these coins that we do. So I invite you to lock one up today. for $1,747.50. And when we are ready to ship this coin to you in one more month's time, you put down the other $1,747.50 and this coin will come to you. And in between that time, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to find out that we'll sell out of every one of these coins, that a presentation like this will not last. The coins are in very short supply. I can get more of any of the other years, even though they have a smaller mintage most of the other years. I cannot come up with the same type of quantity for this coin because it's the first one. Because of the first time ever the United States of America issued a pure gold coin. Because it is the most unique of American designs that doesn't have a similarity to another coin anywhere in the world or in history. That has made the Buffalo design the most popular nickel, the most popular commemorative silver dollar, and the most popular gold issue in pure gold the U.S. has ever issued, the 2006 in a Proof 70. I just want to mention a couple of things that are so very important. Number one, James Earl Fraser was the ultimate American sculptor. He was a protege, a student, and an employee of Augustus St. Gaudens. They met while he was in Paris, France, studying art when Augustus St. Gaudens was over there. And immediately, St. Gaudens saw something in Fraser that made him hire him and bring him to the United States of America and incorporate him into his studio. And James Earl Fraser was given many projects by Augustus St. Gaudens to complete. He was an expert sculptor. He started at a very, very young age when he lived on the high plains. He was born in South Dakota. And he observed firsthand the Native American way of life and culture. And he was enamored with the art that was being produced. And he began to sculpt. And he has some of the most famous sculptures ever. And he had that flavor, that influence of the Native American. And because of that, his Buffalo nickel design was the most unique of American coins. And no matter what form you see the Buffalo design today, whether it be on a nickel, a silver dollar, or the only pure gold coin we ever issued, it has captivated the world of collectors because anything that has the subject matter of the pioneer days and the westward expansion captivates not just us Americans, but the entire world. It's that grit, that fortitude that enabled the United States of America to start in the East and to settle this great land and move out west. Not only did this change America, this time in American history, but it changed the world. This is all encompassed in the great Buffalo design. The reverse was a bison or a buffalo, if you will, who resided in the Bronx Zoo. And he was known as Black Diamond. And James Earl Fraser would frequent the Bronx Zoo, and he would stare eye to eye with Black Diamond, and that is a representation on the buffalo that is James Earl Fraser's eyewitness to history. So, ladies and gentlemen, do not miss out on an opportunity to get the first one, the rarest one in 70 by percentage of all of them, and the one that's the first one, widely dispersed. And please, don't forget, this is Rare Collectibles TV, and I want to thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you.
Hello, Rick Tomaska here. Boy, what I have now, this is really cool. This is really cool. When we're talking about offering something with eye appeal, quality, and rarity, And I'm going to really emphasize that last word, rarity, for an affordable price. This is a coin I have not been able to offer in over a year. And it's one of the greatest coins from the 20th century. Certainly in the dime series, it's one of the best deals out there. This dime, I call it the fraternal twin to the 1964 accented hair Kennedy. It's really cool because they have so much in common. The coin that I'm talking about is the 1964 pointed 9 Roosevelt dime. Now I call it the fraternal twin to the accented hair Kennedy because they were both struck at the beginning of the year in proof in 1964. And like the accented hair, the pointed 9 was discontinued at about the same time, so that the total mintage was about the same as the accented hair, about 100,000 coins struck total. That was it. And like the accented hair, a lot of them were melted down in 1979, 1980, 81, when silver was $45, $50 an ounce. The dealers were cutting out the half dollars, quarters, and dimes and sending them to the smelters. They didn't know anything about the accented hair or the pointed 9 dime back then. So a lot of them were melted down. And like the accented hair, a high percentage of them, maybe most of them, have spotting of some kind or another, so they grade very, very low. And like the accented hair, it's a major variety in that you could easily see it with your naked eye. It's a major variety for the Roosevelt dime series. You could see the pointed 9 there, how that 9 comes to a kind of a point. And then the regular 9, the bottom of the 9 is flattened out. It's a distinct difference in the design of that 9. It's a huge design difference, easily recognizable with the naked eye. Now, folks, like the accented hair, again, here's an accented hair that I have in its original proof set. And you can see a couple, if you want to show them there on the accented hair, you can see a couple tiny little spots on it. You can see one on his cheek there, it's pretty obvious. Now I'm going to cut the dime out of here because the dime is so much smaller. It's to see these imperfections is more difficult. It's a smaller coin. And you could see a spot here, and it's not major, folks, but when you've got a dime, a spot like this really cuts down on the grade. This is probably about, it's got a spot on his forehead, just one small milk spot. The milk spots are a huge problem for 1964 silver-proof coinage. Most of them seem to have some kind of milk spotting on the planchet, on the coin, from improper cleaning of the coin blank before it went into the die. They would wash these coin blanks in a soap solution. Unfortunately, if any of the soap residue, you can see the spot on his forehead, and then right on his jowl there at the base of his neck, you could see another spot. This is probably a proof 65. And that's a good grade for a pointed 9 Roosevelt dime. And this spotting, again, is from incomplete cleaning, rinsing, washing of the coin blank before it went into the die. The blank would go through a soap bath to get as clean as possible, and they were supposed to wash all that soap residue off the blank. Unfortunately, in their haste to get these proof sets out, because there was so much demand for the Kennedy half dollar, they didn't always wash the blanks completely. So some of that residue, if it was left on that blank, some of that soap residue, as it went into the die, and that die came down with all that pressure, that residue was struck into the coin. Now, a proof coin is meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible representation of a coin design that the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. So in 1964, they struck about 4 million proof sets. For the Mint State Roosevelt dime, the coins you find struck for commercial use, 1964 P&D, they struck 900 million at the Philadelphia Mint, 1.3 billion at the Denver Mint. 64 is for commercial use, and proof under 4 million. The pointed 9, they struck for a period of maybe 1 to 2 weeks at the very beginning of the production year in 1964 in January. About 100,000 coins. Maybe 50,000 have survived today. That's it. To give you an idea how rare this coin is, I like to compare it to the 1955 double die obverse Lincoln cent. Most of you are very familiar with that, where there's doubling on the obverse of the 1955 Lincoln. Those coins are very valuable. Even a circulated example, AU, is a couple $1,000s, whereas a mint state example, a mint state 60 might be $4,000, $5,000, $6,000. A 6.3 might be $10,000, $15,000. So a 1955 double die obverse Lincoln is valuable in any condition because it has tremendous absolute rarity. When you're talking about a handful that exist, I mean, NGC has graded around 3,200 of the 55 double die obverse Lincolns. The 64 pointed nine Roosevelt has tremendous absolute rarity. It's rare in any condition. When you're talking maybe 50,000 coins, folks, that's tremendous absolute rarity. That's like the 1916P Standing Liberty Quarter, where they struck 52,000 examples. And even an AG is worth a couple $1,000s. Here's the total NGC population of the pointed nine dime in all grades. About 2,600 coins. 1955 double die obverse Lincoln, over 3,000. Now, over time, I'm sure the pointed nine dime Roosevelt population will catch up to that 1955 double die obverse Lincoln as the remaining little hordes of these coins are discovered. But it's needless to say, it's a really, really rare coin. The only dime I can compare it to that I think is a legitimate comparison is the 1916D Mercury dime. They struck approximately 260,000 of those. They've graded several thousand in all grades. A 1916D Mercury dime, even in good condition. Here's one in good condition, folks. Heavily worn, good condition. Very heavily worn. It's $1,200. Here's one not quite as heavily worn, still just a very good $2,700. Now what you have, folks, with the pointed nine is a true modern day rarity in the absolute sense. This is a coin I have at a price that really leaves you all the meat on the bone. All the meat on the bone. I got an amazing hoard of these coins from a gentleman who collected these for over 2 decades. He collected every single one. He had several thousand he had put away. I bought the entire hoard, and I paid a premium, and I got the finest examples certified and graded for you today. And I have them in Proof 67, which is an extraordinary grade, Proof 68, and I even have a few in Proof 69. And that's a Proof 67, folks. Beautiful, brilliant surfaces, obverse and reverse. This coin is absolutely pristine. As the day it was struck 50 years ago, it's now 50 years old. Proof 67, a coin this rare, you'd think it'd be at least $500 in Proof 67. And then we have Proof 68. If the 67's 500, this has got to be about 1,000. Proof 68, 1 point from the highest grade. This hoard, though, is so extraordinary, so once in a lifetime. And again, you're getting all the meat on this bone, folks, all of it. Proof 69. Check this out. The highest grade, the super rare, super, super rare. Proof 69. This is it, the ultimate pointed nine in terms of its numeric grade. They don't exist in 70. Proof coins from this earlier era, you know, they don't exist. 69 is the highest grade. The only comps I could find, the most recent ones, here's a gentleman, here's a top-rated seller selling a Proof 65. Top-rated seller on eBay, and I like to use eBay comps, especially top-rated sellers. It's a legitimate comparison when you're a top-rated seller. It means you're not a fly-by-night. You've got to have a really good customer feedback with a lot of customer satisfaction. In this case, this seller has over 9,300 happy customers, a top-rated seller, a pointed 9 in proof 65. And you can see in the picture it has a lot of those milk spots, which is why it's a proof 65. And the coin is, what, $59, which is a very, very fair price for a pointed 9 dime. It's more than fair. Any pointed 9 should be at least a couple $100 by virtue of its absolute rarity. It's rare in any condition. Here's the same seller with a proof 66 for $70. Finally, we get to the proof 67, the best grade. This is a different seller. This is also a top-rated seller, but this is the highest grade I could find of this pointed 9 dime. Proof 67 for $125. Get ready for this. Start calling in now. When these are gone, it could be a couple years before I get another group. Pointed 9 dimes are rare in any condition, like the accented hair. To get these coins in this condition, because I bought this hoard, I have this once and one time only price for you today, folks. The 1964 in proof 67. If you were to submit this to NGC yourself, you have the shipping fee to send to NGC. You have to, the cost of the coin, their grading service costs. They have to certify it as a pointed 9, which they charge extra for. Your grading fees are going to be around $30, and they're going to ship it back to you registered mail, which costs you $16, $17. Your total cost in the coin is going to be $60 or $70, and that's for a coin with spots on it. I've got these pointed 9 dimes, a proof 67. You're getting it all here. Call in now, because these are going to run out at some point very, very shortly. Limited supply, especially in these higher grades of 6.7, 6.8, and 6.9. I got a bunch of 6.5s at home in spotted coins and rolls, 6.5s and 6.6s. Right here, I'm giving you the best I got. You're cherry picking me. And it's not $125 a coin, or $99 a coin, or even $59 a coin, which is what that top-rated seller was selling a proof 65 for. $45 a coin. And get this, folks, I've got my $199 special on these, because if you get 5 of these, you're only going to pay $39.80 a coin. That's $199 for 5. We got people calling in on this. The phones are lighting up. Let's get to the 68s. The 68s, again, a top-rated seller selling a 6.7 for $125. These are only $90 a coin for a proof 68. And if you get 3, you're only going to pay $83. $249 for 3 examples while I have them. And finally, we get to the top of the line, the King Kong at the very top of the heap, a very rare coin in ultimate condition that should be a $2,000, $3,000 coin at the very least. But as I said, you're getting all the meat on the bone on this pointed 9 Roosevelt dime, folks. Proof 69s are not $3,000 or $2,000 or $1,500. $279. $279. $279. $279 for one of these. And if you get 3, 3's my max discount on these because of the limited number I have of these in proof 69. But you get them for only $265 a coin. That's $795 for 3 examples. $795 for 3 pointed 9s in the ultimate grade of proof 69. If you were ever looking for a numismatic opportunity where you could get coins with exceptional eye appeal, exceptional quality, and the greatest possible rarity in both the absolute sense and the condition sense, for the least or lowest price possible, you're looking at it right here. You won't find this deal anyplace else. Certainly won't find it at your local coin shop or on any other show. An incredible pointed 9 dimes. at an incredible price. Can I have one of those? Can I look at one of these? This is, there you are. I know, but this is such a cool coin. This is such a cool coin. Just any of them will do. I mean, this is such a cool coin. A pointed 9 dime. Wow. And for folks, for those of you who have just tuned in, Amy, could we get a close-up of the pointed 9 of the picture there, or the blow-up, so our viewers can take a look at this coin again to see the difference between the pointed 9 and the regular 9. Some call it the blunt 9, you know, where the bottom of the 9 is flattened out. And you can see the pointed 9. It was only struck for maybe a week to 2 weeks at the most. They only struck about 100,000 examples at the beginning of the year, like the accented hair. 95% of them are in the same proof sets as the accented hair. They were discontinued at about the same time as the accented hair. When they switched to the regular 9 design, you can see on the right, big difference, major difference, extremely rare in any condition. They only struck about estimated 100,000. A lot of them were melted down. The remaining examples were spotted. Extremely rare in any condition. That's why it's rare in the absolute sense, which is why any old pointed 9, even a spotted one, should be a $200 or $300 coin, because it's rare in any condition. Like your Standing Liberty quarter, like your 1916D Mercury dime. It's rare in any condition. But here I've got the finest examples for you, folks. And I've got them at a price where, again, I'm going to show this to you one more time. Here's a top-rated seller. I'll just show you this one. This is a top-rated seller with over 9,300 happy customers on eBay. Got just a Proof 65 for $59, which is a really fair price when you consider how much rarity you're getting in that coin. And I've got Proof 67s. Proof 67s for only $45 a coin. I've got my $199 special on the Proof 67s, where you can get 5 at $39.80 a coin. 5 at $39.80 a coin comes to $199 for 5 in Proof 67, where there is one dealer selling just one for $125. And then in Proof 68, $90. And if you want to get my 3 coin price on that, it drops down to $83 a coin. $249 for 3 examples. And finally, while I have them, I have these in Proof 69. These are not going to last long at only $279 a coin. They're not going to last long in any of these grades. Not going to last long in any of these grades, $279 a coin. And if you want 3, folks, you can get 3 for $795 in Proof 69. That's only $265 a coin. I really hope you take advantage of this. This is one of the best deals out there in post-World War II U.S. coinage. An extremely rare coin in superb condition. Not just any old Proof 65 or Proof 66. Again, I have rolls and rolls of these in Proof 65, Proof 64, Proof 66 with milk spots, etc. But I don't have many of these in the flawless condition you see them in. So I'm going to do a last call on this. I sincerely hope you take advantage of these pointed 9 dimes. There aren't very many opportunities like this, folks, in U.S. numismatics, where you get a coin of such tremendous absolute rarity in this condition for such a still affordable price. You TiVo this presentation, and years from now, you're going to look back at this and say, wow, that was really a good deal. So I hope you take advantage of it, so when you TiVo it back, you can say, wow, that was really a good deal, and I'm so glad I bought some. I just wish I had bought a few more. If you can say that, you came out ahead of the game. Thanks for watching this presentation. I'm your host here with Caitlin Tamaska. Please stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming up here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Informational, educational, and innovative. High-quality coins at super prices. True numismatic excellence right here on Rare Collectibles TV.
have I got a collector special for you folks today. This is really cool. I've never offered these coins in this condition at this price. This is a first, folks. This is another first. This is a really cool collector special. I've got some of the finest surviving proof coins from a bygone era. An era where I say when proof coins were struck the old-fashioned way, struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. The Philadelphia Mint that had been the minter of proof coins from the early 1800s up through 1964. After 1964, they switched proof making from the Philadelphia Mint to the San Francisco Mint. And when they did that, they introduced some new technologies and new ways of packaging so that when you get a proof set today, struck at the San Francisco Mint, here's one, this is an original 1990 proof set, original packaging, and you open it up and you get your proof set, and you order these directly from the Mint, and there you go. Beautiful, beautiful proof coins. State of the art. The only thing is, folks, you go to a coin show, go to a coin shop, you buy 10 of these sets at a coin shop, all 10 will be absolutely stunning. Because again, the Mint, the technology has improved so dramatically over the last several decades. But back in the Philadelphia Mint era, 1964 and earlier, they didn't have this technology. They didn't have this kind of packaging. The old Philadelphia Mint was still making proof coins what I call the old-fashioned way. Now, for those of you who are new to collecting, proof coins are coins struck specially for collectors. They're meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. So they'll take the finest dies and they'll polish them to a high degree and until they have a mirror-like finish, and they'll take the coin blanks and put them through a special polishing process as well, and then slowly feed those blanks into the die. Then they'll double strike them under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail, and then they will individually handle them so they won't abrade with other coins. Coins struck for commercial use, on the other hand, the dies don't go through any of that kind of expensive procedure. The goal of striking Mint state coins is to make as many as possible, as cheaply as possible, to meet the needs of our economy. And so when you look at the Roosevelt dimes, struck for commercial use and struck for proof, you see huge differences in the quantities struck. In 1955, 378,000 proofs were struck, 44 million Mint state coins. By 1956, the proof mintage had increased to 670,000, Mint states over 200 million. Now you go into the 60s, folks, and you see the 62 there. 3.2 million proofs, but over 400 million Mint state coins. By 1964, you had 4 million proofs, over 2 billion Mint state coins. That was a sign of our growing economy. There was more demand. There was a greater need for coins to meet our growing economy. So the Mint was really cranking out a lot more coins by the 1960s than they had a decade earlier. And you see the proof increases in production were a reflection of our growing economy and our growing affluence. We had a middle class that was really prospering, that really began to prosper when you got into the late 50s, early 60s. And so when you see this prosperous middle class, you see a lot of people who loved coin collecting who could now afford to collect coins, who were ordering their proof sets from the U.S. Mint. And you see that reflected in those mintages in the 1960s. But there were a tiny fraction of the coins struck for Mint state use. Now, I've got Roosevelt dimes today, folks, that are in proof 68 condition from this earlier era. Now, it's really important because in this earlier Philadelphia Mint era, the Roosevelt dimes were still struck in 90% silver. 1964 was the last year that Roosevelt dimes were struck in 90% silver when you found that for commerce. After 1964, all the silver was taken out of them, and they were struck in base-clad metal. So this was the end of an era in more ways than one. The end of the era at the Philadelphia Mint, who was in charge of proof making, the end of the era of the Philadelphia Mint striking proof coins in 90% silver. The end of an era when these proof sets were issued in this packaging, which by modern standards is really primitive. This is from the Philadelphia Mint. This is a 1959 set. 1959 set, and this is how it was shipped, to the individual. Third-class mail. They didn't use first-class mail, and the coins were in these cellophane envelopes like this, where the envelopes would abrade against the proof coins, hairlining the coins, and the coins would tone, and they just generally degrading quality when they were stored for a certain length of time in these really poor early holders, early packaging. Now, the proof coins I have for you today, folks. I've got proof Roosevelt dimes from this era. Highest grade most of these dates I've ever received is proof 69. I've got them in proof 68. You look on eBay and you find these coins in proof 68. Here's a 1964 in proof 68, $65. Here's a couple 1960s, one by PCGS, one by NGC, one $70, one $75. Here's what I have for you today. Take a look at this top row, folks. This top row. Now, if you submit one of these coins for grading yourself, the grading fee alone is going to be, around $20. They're going to charge you over $20 to ship the coin back to you because they ship everything registered mail. Then you have your shipping cost to them. You've got the cost of the coin. The odds are that if you find a proof Roosevelt dime from this era, it's not going to grade proof 68, maybe proof 66 or 65 or 64. You can own take your pick, any one of these dates on top, 1960, 1961, 1962, 1963, 1964, and proof 68, not $99 or $79 or even $59 or even $49. Take your pick of dates, $29 a coin. 1960 through 1964, take your pick, $29 a coin. And if you want more than one coin, we guarantee you a different date. And that second date will also be $29. And if you want a third coin, we guarantee you a third different date for only $29. And if you want a fourth coin, we guarantee you a fourth different date for only $29. And finally, if you want that fifth date, we guarantee that date also for $29. That comes to $145 for all 5 coins in proof 68, folks. $145 in proof 68. Now, I'm not stopping there. This is where I'm really going big because I'm also going into the 1950s with these Roosevelt dimes. And this is where they start getting really, really tough. Here's a little chart I made just to show you how scarce these coins are. You look at the bottom there, 64 is the most, I would say, the easiest date to find in proof 68. They graded over 4,000 examples. But you go earlier, they get tougher. Now, the 55 has 1,500 examples graded only because there's been so much attention focused on that year because of the low mintage. Virtually every nice 55 dime has been submitted because you got a really scarce coin there with such a low mintage. But look at the 58, only 881 graded. You get into the 1950s, you get some really tough coins. Now, folks, the 1958, that key date, what makes that so tough? I have a box here. Jack calls me one day and he says, hey, Rick, I got some sealed 1958 proof sets. I've got almost 100 of them. You want to buy them? I said, well, sure, Jack, but, how much do you want for them? He said, well, bid, which was fine. If you ever hear somebody telling you folks that dealers will pay huge premiums for sealed proof sets from these years because they might contain a really high quality proof or a cameo or something, don't believe it. Because there is no way I would pay a strong premium for any sealed proof set because there's so much downside when buying these sets. Because usually what you get is a disaster. And I got the batch from Jack. I opened 15 to 20 sets, and every one of the silver coins had milk spots. Milk spots are white spotting that come from incomplete cleansing of the coin blank before it goes into the die. And from 1958 to 1964, they had a real problem with this, where they were supposed to clean the coin blank in a soap solution, and then wash all that soap solution off the blank. Unfortunately, the quality control back then, again, this is the old Philadelphia Mint era, it's not what it was today. Okay, and so they didn't usually wash all that soap residue off, and any of that soap residue left on the coin when that blank went into the die, and that die came down with a couple hundred tons of pressure, the residue was struck into the coin, and it looks like a milk spot. That's why we call it a milk spot. So I've got this box of sets here. Kim, why don't you come over and grab one of these sets? You know, we've opened about 30 of them so far in previous presentations. These are the ones that open. There's one that's not open. She's going to take it over there and open it up for you folks. She's got the sealed set from 1958, over 55 years old that she's cutting out. It's hard to believe that somebody would buy a proof set and never open it, you know. But believe it or not, folks, I've had deals where people would have boxes of 1,000 sets that were sealed, never opened. 1,000 sets. So she's cutting it out. She's getting the set out, and she's going to cut that dime out so we can see it for the very first time. And there you could see, let's upside, right in the back of his head there. See that milk spot? And there's one on the top of his head. It's really easily visible, folks. Even though it's a dime, there's a close-up. You see that milk spot there? It's about 4 o'clock on the reverse. That does not come out. That's part of the coin. Even on this small dime, you have this milk spot issue. There's some haze there, but the milk spot is the thing that will not come off the coin. And there's one in his hair there as well. The reverse looks pretty nice. Is there one on the rim there on the reverse? You know, a lot of times you have to look on it right there, right at the rim at about 8 o'clock. You could see right there. You see another spot there, and there's a tiny spot around 11 o'clock next to the torch there. So this coin is probably about a proof 64. Okay, so that's why these dates in the late 50s are so difficult. Now here's what I got, folks. Here's what I got. So you got the first 5 dates, and if you buy all of them there, it's only $145. But then we have the next 4 dates, the 56 through the 59. I've got to make this fast because I have a limited number of the big sets. The 56 through the 59 issues, folks, which here's a 58 in proof 67. Somebody wants $115 for. $115 just for a proof 58 and proof 67. Just for the one coin in proof 67. I've got all 9 coins. You get the first 5 dates, all 9 coins, 1956 to 1960. It gets better and better. All 9 coins, $249. That's $27.66 a coin. Now that, folks, is something you never ever see on any other show. You won't find that in your local coin shop or a local coin show. Proof 68s, 9 coins for $249. But I'm not done yet. This is the cherry on top. I really went a little crazy with it when I added this last coin. And it's this last coin that really limits the number of sets I can offer, because what I have is the lowest mintage issue of all, the 1955 in proof 68. Only 300-some thousand examples were struck. I've got the 1955. Here's one on eBay for $249 for the 1955. Not only is it a low mintage issue, but half the coins came in this early box packaging. And I write about this early box packaging in all my books. This is the worst possible packaging. It used a kind of a poly bag packaging. The coins that were stored in this packaging, here's the $50 that I'll just pull out, would react chemically with the silver of the coins, and the coins would really deteriorate and tone a kind of a charcoaly gray, purple, black around the rim and on the reverse. Here you can see the toning around the perimeter of this 1955 half. You turn it over, folks, it looks like it's been in the coal bin for the last 30 years. I mean, it's awful. So the 55 is a super tough date. And including the 55, take a look at this, folks. All 10 coins. All 10 coins, limited time offer, all 10 coins, 1955 through 1964, the last 10 years of the Roosevelt Dime Series struck at the Old Philadelphia Mint, and 90% silver planchets using this old technology, all 10 coins, $279, only $30 additional. $30 additional for this last toughest year. $279, that's $27.90 a coin. Get this deal while I have them, folks. I have a limited number of the 55s. I have a limited number of those 58s. Those two dates are the toughest key dates in this set, the 55s and 58s. 59 is also tough. The 60s, 61s are tough. The only date that's relatively easy to find is the 1964. And you'll see dealers asking $40, $50 for the 64. Here I've got the entire set, folks. This is my collector's special that I have for you today. I hope you take advantage of it. This is just such an exciting opportunity. If you want, you can get more than one set. Eventually, I'm going to be sold out of these. You can get more than one set, but they are $279 a set. That is the price per set. So if you get 10 sets, comes to $2,790. I should probably put a limit of 10 sets on this because let's do that. Put a limit of 10 sets. I've got roughly a little over 100 of these sets I can offer at this point in time. And we've got a lot of people calling in. It looks like almost everyone calling in is getting the complete 10-coin set. This is really, really a great value buy, folks. When I talk about offering coins that offer you the ultimate in eye appeal, quality, and rarity at a great price, this is a great roadmap for your future. A collection of early proof Roosevelt dimes in extraordinary proof 68 condition that years from now, you're going to look back on this and say, boy, these really are the good old days. There are some great opportunities in U.S. rare coins today, and this collector's special that I have for you is just Exhibit A. Here you've got 10 really extraordinary proof Roosevelt dime. The last of the proof Roosevelt struck a 90% silver at the Old Philadelphia Mint, an extraordinary proof 68 condition, one grade from the highest grade ever received for these early dates. And the entire set is only $279. Again, if you submitted one of these coins yourself for grading, the grading fee is going to be around $20. They're going to charge you $21, $22 to ship it back to you registered mail. Everything is shipped registered mail. You have your submission, your shipping cost to them. The chances are you get it graded. It's not going to grade proof 68, folks. You like that 58 dime we showed you, it's going to be a proof 64, proof 63, proof 65. If you get lucky, you get a proof 67. A proof 68 is extraordinary. And here I've got the entire set. Only because I am specialized in these coins. I've specialized in them for over 30 years. I get some opportunities to acquire some sensational pieces at the best possible price. There are no middlemen. You know, we go through these coins ourselves to cherry pick the finest examples. You know, there are no middlemen who take their cut. And that's the only way I can offer this kind of set for you at this kind of price. This is something where we get a lot of dealers calling in to buy these sets, because these truly are dealer prices, below dealer prices. $279 for the entire 10-coin set. Thank you for watching this presentation. We got a lot of folks calling in on this. I'm going to call it right here, but keep calling in on this. Keep calling in. We do have sets available. We've got the best phone bank operators here at Rare Collectibles TV. They are so nice, so polite over the phone. It'll be a very, very enjoyable experience for you. Collecting is meant to be enjoyed, and we want to make the journey as pleasurable as possible for you. Great people to work with, great customer service, and the greatest coins you'll ever see anywhere on any TV show. Can't find this kind of set at your local coin shop. You can't find these kinds of coins at this price at your local coin show. Only here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thank you for watching. You've seen some of those extraordinary Proof 68 Roosevelt dimes that we have for you folks. 1955 to 1964 in Proof 68. There are no Proof 70s from this early era in proof making at the Philadelphia Mint. They didn't have the technology. Proof 69 is the highest grade, and there are very few of those. Now, out of this incredible collection of coins, we had those beautiful Proof 68s. At a price that's absolutely the best, it's the best opportunity you'll find in Roosevelt dimes anywhere in the country. But I also then, it's taken some time, we put together a small group of these coins in Proof 69. Now Kim has a little chart to show you, just to give you the approximate rarities of all of these coins. We got the 55 to 64. You see the populations in Proof 69 for those years. You can see how rare they are. It really doesn't begin to jump up. 63, you see 744 graded, and in 1964, you see it jump to 3,300 coins. But most of these, 400 or 500 coins graded. I've got the complete set. We have a handful of these. This has got to be a short presentation because, again, I don't have very many of these sets. But every coin in the highest grade, beginning with the 1955, take a look at this set. Folks, I've got a limited number of these sets. That's the bad news, because I don't have very many. That's not so good news. But the really good news is that I have this entire set that you're looking at. The last 10 years of the Philadelphia Mint. Kim, is it this? Would you say $79.50 a coin? Is it, for the highest grade? $79.50 a coin. In other words, this entire 10 coin set that you're looking at, highest grades, $795. $700. All of a sudden, we have just had what, five of our customer service people answering the phone lines on this. So again, this is going to be a short presentation. The lines have started ringing on this. $795. Kim, we need to give them just a few hand shots. They need to see the first year of the series that we have here, the 1955. I mean, only about 405 examples graded. Very, very rare coin. The 1955 alone, you see people selling them in Proof 68. In Proof 68 for $250. In Proof 68, not Proof 69. $795 for the entire set. Only have a limited number of these. If you called in earlier and acquired a Proof 68 set and want to upgrade to one of these Proof 69 sets, call right in. We'll handle it for you, no problem. But, maybe I would say it's probably a good idea to hold on to one of each. You don't want to, I would not want to sell this 69 set at any time in the near future. Coins, proof coins from this early era are getting harder to find by the month. And you're talking about the early era when these coins were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint in proof condition. These are the last of the 90% silver Roosevelt dimes struck at the old Philadelphia Mint when they made proof coins what I call the old-fashioned way, where they basically used technologies that were carried over from the 1800s, and when the packaging by modern standards was really substandard. So for these to survive in this condition, most importantly, for me, you know, if I were asking $1995, $1,995 for the entire set, it'd be a great set, but, you know, I mean, it's not something I drive across town necessarily for, but it would be certainly an ultimate set. But for $795, $79.50 a coin, this is worth going out of your way to pick up. This is not something that comes along very often. You can go to a major show. You will not find a set of Roosevelt dimes in this condition at any price. At any price. And we have them today while they last. Again, we got people calling in. I have a limited number, so I have to cut it right here. The entire set for only $795. The last of the proof Roosevelt dimes struck at 90% silver at the old Philadelphia Mint. Extraordinary collector's special to be able to offer these Roosevelt dimes in proof 69 for $79.50, folks. $795 for the complete set. You know, this is the kind of offers we have where we get so many dealers calling in to buy these sets at these prices. Because again, we buy the collections ourselves, we do all the work, we look at the thousands and thousands of coins, all the hairline coins, all the spotted coins, to cherry pick that occasional diamond in the rough, to get it graded, so we can offer you these kinds of deals. It's a lot of work, but that's what we love to do. We're collectors, and it's a real joy to be able to offer this kind of eye appeal, quality, and rarity in this proof Roosevelt dime series for this extraordinary, extraordinary price, $795. Thank you for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Timing is everything. Well, almost everything in life. Being in the right place at the right time. Well, folks, you are in the right place, and this is definitely the right time for you. The great European gold hoard of United States minted gold double eagles. United States gold double eagles that have been sitting silently, frozen in time, like a time capsule, in a few banks in Europe since the early 1930s. The great majority of gold double eagles coming out of the great European gold hoard were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. That only makes sense. The Philadelphia Mint was closest to our East Coast, and these double eagles were sent by ship in mint bags to these banks in Europe. Now, the San Francisco Mint also struck gold double eagles. But of course, the San Francisco Mint was established to strike coins for commerce serving our western states. And that is where most of the coins remained. Very few St. Gaudens double eagles struck in San Francisco made their way to the East Coast. let alone in uncirculated condition, in mint bags, similar to the one I have here, and to then be sent on ship to banks in Europe. I have a set of gold coins for you today, folks. A set of rare gold double eagles. These are the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. And the coins I have were struck at the San Francisco Mint in 1914 and 1915. They are the 1914S and 1915S St. Gaudens double eagles. Take a look at this collection, folks. Out of the great European gold hoard, this is an incredible offering. The fact that these are St. Gaudens double eagles, which were last struck in 1933, is a big deal in itself. I mean, the St. Gaudens double eagle is a coin considered among many collectors and dealers to be the most beautiful, artistic, numismatic creation in the history of the United States Mint. And the coin is named after the artist himself, Augustus St. Gaudens. And the fact that these coins were struck in San Francisco, of all places, and to survive in this condition is miraculous. And that's what really makes this an opportunity I would earnestly ask you to consider. These St. Gaudens double eagles were struck in San Francisco over 100 years ago. The coins you are looking at are among the finest surviving specimens. They are mint state 64 condition. Now, mint state 64, meaning these coins struck for commerce have somehow miraculously survived over 100 years in near mark-free condition. Now, the Smithsonian, folks, the Smithsonian is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. The single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics is in the Smithsonian. It's an 1849 double eagle, valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. If you go to the Smithsonian and look at their St. Gaudens double eagle collection, and look at their 1914S and 1915S, they will be exceptional mint state 62 specimens. Mint state 62, which is exceptional, but it's a full 2 points lower in grade than the examples that I have for you today. Needless to say, I have a limited quantity of these two dates. Now, these two dates, these coins that I have, really should not exist. Before I get into that story, they're called the double eagle, the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece with about a half an ounce of gold. And because it was the largest gold piece at the time, it was called the eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And within a year, our country had an abundance of gold. And with that gold, the Treasury was able to consider striking an even larger gold coin, which would be of great benefit to our banking system. This larger gold coin would essentially have a full ounce of gold. It would be twice the size of the eagle. And so it was referred to as the double eagle. These treasures that I have, these crown jewels, these most precious pieces of American history, our heritage, struck in 1914 and 1950, so incredibly well preserved. If you never buy another United States rare coin again, these gold double eagles I have today are two coins I would most passionately implore you to acquire. You need to understand that coins this old, these largest gold coins, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. I've got one in my hand here, a little bit smaller than a Morgan dollar. But they're about 25% heavier. And these coins, again, they were struck for commerce. Once they were struck, they would be ejected from the die press into a bin. One coin would land on top of another. From there, they would go through coin counting machines, and they'd be dumped into bags to be shipped to banks around the country. Now, gold is a very heavy, dense metal, and also a very soft metal. If you can imagine, this bag here might be able to hold a bowling ball. If you had a bowling ball in this bag, it would be 16 pounds. That's the heaviest size bowling ball. 16 pounds. Be heavy. But if the same bag had gold double eagles filling that same space, this bag would weigh around 60 pounds. And these heavy, heavy gold coins struck in gold, this very soft metal, would acquire bag marks along the way. And you can see them from looking at the examples that I have here. Here's a typical specimen, folks. Look at the deep cut at around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, near the rim on the obverse. The deep gouge in the field. When you get a coin that deeply damaged, it's not even gradable, folks. Here's another example. These are typical survivors. Look at the deep gouge in the rim at around 8 o'clock. And then over Liberty's trunk area, deep gouge along her trunk area, deep scratches in the field. Again, a coin that's not gradable. It's so heavily damaged. Now, I would like you to take a look at some of these 1914S and 1915S St. Gaudens that we have today in Mint State 64. Again, among the finest known, folks. Fully 2 points superior in quality to the Smithsonian examples. Take a look at this coin, folks. So near mark-free, this largest gold double eagle, shimmering luster, this classic Liberty design, no deep gouges or scuffs, so fresh, almost as if it's a specimen. And then you have the reverse of the St. Gaudens double eagle. It's the one coin I like to say has a reverse as beautiful and inspirational as the obverse. Because there you have the American eagle in full flight, wings outstretched in an upward trajectory, with the rays of the sun behind, in God we trust below. It's stunning, it's beautiful. And these were struck in San Francisco. And this is the interesting part, because the mint mark is minuscule. It's just above the date, a tiny, tiny little S. I think they used the S mint mark for the Mercury dime when they struck these St. Gaudens double eagles. It's a very small mint mark, but it's there nonetheless, the small San Francisco mint mark, that all-important San Francisco mint mark. And then the 1915 S's that we have, folks. Take a look at one of these. Look at this, folks. Struck over 100 years ago, struck for commerce. They didn't receive any special treatment. They weren't individually handled. They were dumped into bins, thrown into bags, shipped to banks around the country. These coins should not exist, especially in this condition. This is a miracle. And the prices I'm able to offer these coins at truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, for those of you who are new to numismatics, coins are graded on a 70-point scale from a low of 1 to a high of 70. The lower the number, the heavier the wear of the coin, the poorer condition of the coin. Anything 60 and above is a coin that's never been in circulation. It's uncirculated. 70 is the highest possible grade. That represents perfection. Now, there are no coins struck before the 1960s that have ever graded 70, folks. The Mint has struck literally billions and billions of coins, from cents to double eagles, prior to 1960. But not a single example has ever been certified in flawless 70. They don't exist. A St. Gaudens double eagle in the condition of these San Francisco struck issues means they are coins that are uncirculated with very, very few, very minor bag marks. These are extraordinary grades for a double eagle from this early vintage era. These coins, folks, they would not exist if not for the European gold hoard. And this is where the story really gets interesting. The European gold hoard is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the collector of today. It really all began during the Great Depression and in 1933, when there were approximately 4,000 bank failures in our country. Just imagine, you have your life savings. You've spent 10, 20, 30, 40 years accumulating. It's your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed. Your money is gone. Your life savings is gone. You were wiped out. It was financial ruin, devastation for millions of Americans. And so a lot of people were understandably terrified if they had money in banks that were still solvent. They're concerned that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their banks. And with that paper money, they started buying gold coins. Throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always had value. Gold has always been the most precious metal. When all these Americans began pulling their money out of these banks that were already stressed, it threatened further failure in the banking system. And so Franklin Roosevelt, in April of 1933, passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, that's hard to believe in the United States of America, that it would be illegal to own over $100 worth of gold. But it was enforced, folks. If you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced either a $10,000 fine, 10 years imprisonment, or both. What did the Treasury do with all those gold coins? Take a look at this chart. Fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck from 1850 to 1933 were melted back down into gold bars. Over 50 million coins. There were, on the other hand, a handful of enterprising individuals who said to themselves, well, look, I'm not about to keep all my money in the bank and to lose it all if the bank goes under. On the other hand, if I buy gold coins and I'm caught with over $100 worth of gold, I could face 10 years imprisonment. There was a third option. What a lot of people began to do, and a lot of institutions began to do, was to actually buy the bags of gold, gold coins, while it was still legal. Most of them were double eagles. And they began to ship these bags to banks in Europe. I mean, they're not legal to own it in the United States, but they're not illegal to own in another country. So they shipped these bags of gold coins to banks in Europe, and some of these bags have been coming out over the last several years, and we've been able to buy some original bags of some of these St. Gaudens double eagles books that have been incredible. Now, first of all, to find any St. Gaudens in uncirculated condition is extraordinary. When you look at the total number of St. Gaudens Double Eagles struck over the entire series, they struck around 70 million coins. But remember, around 39% were melted back down. Of the original mintage, all the major grading services, only about 2.5% of that mintage has been certified in uncirculated condition. And most of those are between MS60 and MS63 grade. They're the lower grades with heavy bag marks. Now, what makes these so special is that when you look at the St. Gaudens Double Eagles certified in uncirculated condition, the vast majority, as I said in the beginning of my presentation, came from the Philadelphia Mint, the mint that was closest to the East Coast. Here's a chart that shows the most common St. Gaudens Double Eagles that have been certified by PCGS. And you can see the top several dates were all struck in Philadelphia. 1924P being the most common. In MS64 condition, it's an extremely elusive coin. Only 102,000 certified for the 24P. But then the second most common date, look how much rarer the second most common date is. 1908P, about half that of the 24P. And then you get down to the 28P, only 19,000 coins. And then we have at the bottom there the 14S and the 15S, folks. About 5% of the total of the 1924P. Now, St. Gaudens Double Eagles in mint state condition. I mean, there's some very rare dates like the 1927D. Here's a 1927D that sold in auction in mint state 63 condition for about $1.3 million. But then you get to the most common dates, and here we have a 1908P, one of the most common dates next to the 24P in mint state 64 condition. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $3,500 coin. Here's the great news that I have for you today. From day one, our policy is not to sell these coins based on what the market will bear. We offer these coins based on our cost. These 1914S and 15S St. Gaudens Double Eagles in mint state 64, we bought this entire collection that came out of Europe. Rarely do San Francisco minted St. Gaudens Double Eagles come out of Europe. And even rarer are they in MS 64 condition. I have fewer than 100 of each in mid-state 64 condition. Again, superior to the Smithsonian. These are not $5,900 or $4,900. Now, $3,900 would be a great price. It would be an exceptional price. But I got together with my partners on this, and we looked at our costs, and we analyzed it, and we said, well, what is our absolute best price on these coins? If you want a 1914S, mint state 64, we have a limited quantity available today, folks. Call in now. This is a limited time offer. As with all of our rare coin offerings, when we're out of these, especially from the Great European Gold Hoard, when we get an exclusive like this, once we're out, that's it. If we get somebody calling in a couple weeks later and we no longer have the coins, we can't replace them at that price. But while we have them, you can get a 1914S for only $3,595. Now, if you can't swing the entire $35.95 today, I would urge you, just put half down. We've got a half down opportunity. So all you have to do is put $1,797.50 down, and we'll hold a 1914S for you in MS64 and pay the balance in 30 days. The most beautiful, artistic, numismatic creation in the history of the United States Mint. These St. Gaudens Double Eagles were struck in San Francisco over 100 years ago. Again, among the finest known, folks, in mint state 64. Fully 2 points superior in quality to the Smithsonian example. Now, the second coin, the 1915S, is even a little rarer than the 1914S, but it's only $37.95. And again, we have the two-payment option. Half down today of $1,897.50, and we'll hold a 1915S with your name on it, put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. These coins should not exist, especially in this condition. This is a miracle. So near mark-free, shimmering luster, no deep gouges or scuffs, so fresh. The mint mark is minuscule. It's just above the date, a tiny, tiny little S. It's a very small mint mark, but it's there nonetheless, the small San Francisco mint mark, almost as if it's a specimen. But folks, don't just get one. Get the set while we have. This is a national treasure. This is something you want to hold on to, pass on to your kids, pass on to your grandkids. Keep it in the family. These are jewels. These are absolute national treasures from the early 1900s, struck at the San Francisco Mint, gold double eagles that were last struck in 1933. If you get the set, folks, we've got an RCTV special, limited time offer while we have both in stock. You can own both for only $6,995. That is a savings of $395 when you get the pair. And the best part of all, to make it as accessible as possible to everyone who's watching, we have a 3-payment option on the 2-coin set. So all you have to do is put 1/3 down today of $2,331.67, and we'll put a set of these aside for you, again, with your name on it, in our vault. Make the second payment in 30 days and the final payment in 60 days. And you'll own 2 of the most sensational St. Gaudens double eagles, struck at the San Francisco Mint. San Francisco Mint back then was called the Granite Lady. It's an amazing historic building in San Francisco. When they had the great earthquake in 1906 in San Francisco, about the only building remaining that was left standing was the Granite Lady, folks. 6-foot thick granite walls. These San Francisco issue Granite Lady double eagles are true keepsakes, folks. This is the perfect time to buy rare gold double eagles. Not very long ago, there was a very important article that came out. The title, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're referring to the most common gold. Like when I showed you the chart of those St. Gaudens double eagles, the most common gold St. Gaudens double eagles are the 1924P, the 1908P. Those are considered generic gold coins. A 1914S, 15S are much rarer St. Gaudens double eagles, folks. They're rare gold double eagles. But here's the key sentence in the article, something I've been telling our viewers now for years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. These are not, again, generic St. Gaudens. They're rare date pieces that are just about double the gold value. You have over $1,700 in gold value alone in these coins. And not are they uncirculated San Francisco Mint issue, but they are among the finest known, superior to the examples in the Smithsonian. I mean, if you have some really good friends you want to share something with, show them this set that you just acquired from Rare Collectibles TV. These 1914S, 1915S St. Gaudens double eagles that you can have a lot of pride of ownership. These 2 San Francisco Mint 1914 and 1915 St. Gaudens double eagles in spectacular mint state 64, so fresh, so near perfect. over 100 years old, that have survived the journey across the ocean and back in such a near flawless condition. Again, we have a limited quantity. This is a limited time offer. I would encourage you, please take advantage of this while we have them. You will be glad you did. Thank you for watching.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I am so thrilled to be here today. What you're looking at, folks, is the remainder of the most amazing collection of unopened proof sets from the 1950s that I've ever handled in my entire life. And I've specialized in these coins since the early 1980s. I've looked at more of the finest proof Franklins than anybody else in the country. You know, over the entire series, they've only struck about 15.8 million Franklins in proof condition from 1950 to 1963. And most of them have been picked through. You know, people looking for the finest examples to get them graded. So at this point in time, you know, here we are at this point in time, I would say about 98% of all the sets ever struck have been picked through, and all the nicest Franklins have been submitted for grading. And then this surfaced, and these are 1957 proof sets. Now, folks, from the 1950s, the most I've ever handled of a deal where they were unopened from the mint, I think I had 250 or 300 1956s at one point, and that was many years ago. This came out, there were 74 boxes. And I said to myself, okay, I'm going to submit the, you know, when the deal was offered to me, first of all, I said, well, look, the guy wanted a significant premium for these sets over what they would normally go for because they were these unopened sets, absolutely pristine. I said, well, I'll have to look at some of them. So he allowed me to open a couple of the boxes, and I opened one of the boxes, and it was just unbelievable. You are struck by the fact that here is this set, folks. It's over 60 years old, and it's like it's been in this protective cocoon for the entire time. And, you know, it hasn't been manhandled, it hasn't been thrown around, it hasn't been thrown into boxes. I mean, your typical 1957 proof set, folks, when you see them at shows, this is what they look like. This is what the envelopes look like. You know, they're pretty ragged because they've been looked at hundreds and hundreds of times. And so, of course, when you look at the coins that are in these sets, they're typically pretty ragged as well because of all the handling over the decades. It's very understandable. And so here was this deal, and I opened some of them, and I said, I mean, the quality was phenomenal. Now, that doesn't mean that they were all proof 67s and 68s and anything like that, but it was far above average. I could see that there were going to be a large number of coins that would grade 67. I would even get some 68s, and maybe, if I got lucky, a few 69s. And so we submitted most of them, over 50 of the sets. And we have, I think, 14 unopened boxes remaining. I've got them here at the show on display for you, so you could actually see them here in person. These are the remaining unopened boxes. They've been in this estate, again, since 1957. It just blows my mind. This is It's a thrill. This is like when they discovered the SS Central America, the gold at the bottom of the Atlantic that had been there since 1857. I mean, certainly that was an amazing find that, in terms of value, is valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars. But to get, for those of us who deal in 20th century coinage, to get original sets like this, still sealed from the mint from 1957, from the Philadelphia Mint, you just don't find deals like this anymore. So I acquired the coins. We got some great grades back, and I've got the coins on display in the highest grades. We have something to offer you in the 1957 that is just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because what I have today, after we submitted these coins, again, we submitted over 50 of the boxes. There was 50 sets in the box. We've got over 1,000 examples that graded in proof 67. We got a few hundred that graded in proof 68. And we had something like 47 examples that graded in proof 69. Now that's an extraordinary, extraordinary number. Because when you look at the total population of all the Franklins graded, PCGS and NGC combined, in proof 67, 68, and 69, out of a total manage of 1.2 million sets, they've only graded at about 12,600, 12,700 examples in proof 67 out of that 1.2 million. In 68, only 4,800, and 69, 594 coins. So I have right now, because of the incredible quality of this, absolutely, it was stored so perfectly. The sets were never moved around. They were absolutely the perfect storage conditions. So I have almost 10% of the entire proof 69 population. Because of the fabulous grades we got on these coins, what I'm able to do is offer you the best possible prices. And that's what I have for you today. Now, before I go any further, first of all, if you're new to collecting, what is a proof coin? Well, there's a big difference between a mint state Franklin and a proof Franklin. Here is a mint state Franklin. A mint state Franklin is a coin that was struck for commerce. These were the coins that were meant to be spent. They were struck. The coins were dumped into bins. One coin would fall on top of another, and then they would go through counting machines, and then they were dumped into bags where they would abrade against one another, and they would be sent to the banks. Most of them would be spent. If they were not spent and kept out of circulation, they were called mint state coins. They would be uncirculated, but even those coins, because, again, of the process of how they were handled, being dumped into bins, thrown into bags, etc., they would all have bag marks. And here, for example, is a 1957 mint state Franklin. It's uncirculated, but because of the process of making coins back in those days and still today, you'll see plentiful bag marks on the surface of the coin. You'll see abrasions. You'll see a lot of abrasions. See the abrasions on the cheek and in the hair and in the face. There's some scratches. You can see some flatness in Franklin's hair right in front of his ear there, in the hair curl there. Just a little bit of flatness. Yeah, the Liberty Bell would especially get marked up, and you can see a lot of prominent marks on the Liberty Bell. That's your typical uncirculated Franklin. That'd probably grade about an MS-62. Compare that coin to this one of these proof 67s. That hair right in front of his ear, all those strands, all of that is fully struck up. And the bell lines on the reverse are fully struck up. Proof coins, folks, were struck specifically for collectors. They've been struck for collectors since 1858. They're struck in smaller numbers because it takes a lot of work to make a proof coin. Notice, first of all, it has those black fields. Proof coins were struck from highly polished dies. They would take the finest dies and they would polish them until the dies had a true mirror-like appearance. You could see a reflection in the dies. And there, Caitlin's putting them side by side, and you can see the Mint State coin is kind of satiny looking, no reflectivity. The proof coin has a true mirror. If you would take that proof coin out of the holder, you could see your reflection in the coin. And then they would give the coin blanks a similar polishing treatment. And then most importantly, when they would feed those blanks into the die, they would strike them at least twice under higher pressure. So you would get every detail fully struck up as the mint intended. And as importantly, once these coins are struck, they're not dumped into bins as the commercial Mint State coins are. They're individually handled, and they're put into their own separate compartments, so they're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. So that is what a proof coin should look like when it's state-of-the-art. And that's what a proof coin is supposed to be. It's supposed to be the state-of-the-art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Now, nowadays, when you buy a proof set, folks, a modern proof set struck in the last 30 years, they really, truly are state-of-the-art. The technology, they're struck in San Francisco nowadays. They're struck in San Francisco. The technology is really advanced. The coins grade very, very high. They grade proof 68, proof 69, even proof 70. And then they house them in this hard plastic inert packaging so that when you get the coins, they're well protected. So you could have a 1990 proof set, send the coins in for grading, and they'll grade extraordinary grades because of the advanced technology and the advanced packaging they use nowadays. And I write about all of this in my latest book, the 3rd edition of my Franklin Guide. I talk about the advancements in packaging in the Kennedy era, 1971 to 1976. I talk about how we were entering the modern era in proof making. And that's at the top of the page up here. Entering the modern era, because that's when they started to use some of these more advanced technologies to improve the quality of the coins. And then when we get to 1977 to 1989, I call it the modern era in its infancy, because there the technology was really advanced. The coins were incredible, the overall quality. The one problem that they had was the packaging. And a lot of the coins that you see that were housed in the packaging during this era have toned and are really quite unattractive with very hazy toning. They had packaging issues. They seem to have solved that, though, around the year 1990, and that's when I call it 1990 to the present, the modern era and the perfect cameo. This is where you could get proof sets that look just absolutely amazing. Now, folks, this is an opportunity I really would like you to take advantage of, because again, the only reason I'm able to offer these coins at these kinds of prices is because of the fact that I've specialized in these coins since the early 1980s. So when something like this takes surfaces, you know, I get first crack at deals like this, and I'm able to pass them on to you. Now, what I'm really most proud of is that over the years, for example, back in 2011, when silver was almost $50 an ounce, I remember on other coin shows, there were dealers who were pushing silver coins and bullion coins. They were telling their clients to back up the truck. Folks, this is the time to buy these bullion coins because, you know, silver is $47 an ounce now, but there are experts who are predicting that next year it'll be $100 an ounce, maybe even $200 an ounce. And they would quote all these experts, you know, and it would just kind of, I would just sit there and I'd watch these shows like everybody else. I like to see what they're talking about, what they're offering. And I would just scratch my head because these experts, you know, it's like they're like broken clocks. You know, they're right at least they're right twice a day, but you never hear about all the times they're wrong. And you know, in 2011, silver hit $47 an ounce, and so people, some of those viewers took the host's word and they backed up the truck and they would buy a lot of these bullion coins. Well, today silver is around $16, $17 an ounce. You know, and so if you really loaded up on silver back then, you're really hurting. You're really hurting. Here's what I'll say about silver. I am a strong believer in the future potential of silver bullion, gold bullion, platinum. I think there will come a time when silver will be $100 an ounce, $200 an ounce, even more. But what I don't know is when that time will be. Could be in 5 years, could be in 2 years, could be in 20 years. I have no idea. And in fact, I don't think these experts have any idea either. I mean, they'll make predictions all the time, and they're wrong most of the time, but sometimes they're right. What I have always focused on in coins that I really understood, I focused on coins that offered you exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality for their date, and a high degree of rarity for a great, great price. And so while these other dealers were offering all this bullion, at that same time, in April 2011, for example, if you would have acquired a complete Franklin set in Proof 68 from me, it would have been around $19,000, $20,000. Well, 5 years later, that same set was around $40,000. And today, that same set is around $50,000. So while silver has really tanked, gone down tremendously in value, superb, rare proof coins have continued to grow in value. And it's a real simple formula why. It's all about, folks, supply and demand. If you've got something that's truly rare and truly top quality, that has a lot of collector desirability, you're talking about a shrinking supply, because as these coins are purchased and they come off the market, there are fewer and fewer available. Again, these 57s, they only struck 1.2 million. A lot of them were melted down in 1979, 1980, 1981. There were dealers melting down the half dollars, quarters, and dimes for the bullion. So I'm not sure how many sets survived, but of the sets that survived, most of them have been picked through. The sets you see are typically just horrible, horrible quality. I've shown you a couple. The cellophane is not, as you can see, it's very pliable. In other words, it can always rub against the surface of the coin. So you get people handling these packages like this, putting their finger over it. They're rubbing the cellophane against the coin. And that action alone, when you're talking about a proof coin, that it has polished to a degree where it has a mirrored finish, it's kind of like seeing your bathroom mirror, and it's got some haze on it, and taking some kind of light abrasive cloth and wiping it, and the haze comes off and it looks great, except then when you turn the light on, all of a sudden you'll see all these little scratches all over the mirror. And that's exactly what happens with these proof coins. So, the Franklin series is on fire. But it's just begun, folks. I mean, in my last book that just came out, the record price for a proof Franklin half dollar, and I had just entered this price in just before the book went to print, and that was only a couple months ago. But there was a 1951 that had just sold in auction, and I got this entry into the book. For the 1951, I wrote that in a recent new record, a 1951 Proof 67 Plus DCAM sold at auction for $82,250. This is the highest price on record for a Proof Franklin. Well, that's already out of date. There's going to have to be a fourth edition because there are so many great things happening in this series. The new record, folks, was set by this coin here that's being placed with a client. This is the finest early proof Franklin I've ever handled. It's a 1953, and it shatters that old record for the 1951, folks. This is the highest price paid on record for a proof Franklin half dollar. It is the finest known. There have been a couple others graded in 6.8 DCAM, one by PCGS. There's been a NGC in 6.8 Ultra, but this is the top die. This is the #1 die for that year with extraordinary cameo contrast. I remember when I saw my first, and I wrote about this die in detail in my first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, because it was such an impressive die. I remember when I saw my first 1953 off this die. Typically when you saw early Cameo Franklin, they had some light cameo contrast, but nothing special. But then I saw one of these, and the thing was just snow white frosted devices. It had tons of hairlines on it, and that's the problem with these Franklins from the 50s, especially early 50s. They had tons of hairlines on it. I still paid like $600 for the coin, even though it was maybe a proof 63. And this was back in, like 1982, folks, when a regular 53 was maybe, $50. But it was a cameo contrast. And here you've got essentially a flawless 1953 proof 68, highest grade ever in an ultra cameo. Now, these coins that I have for you, you consider the fact that just to get one of these coins graded, if you send it to NGC, the grading fee is going to be about $20, $25. Okay, the cost of you shipping it to NGC is going to be $5 to $10 if you send it insured mail. The cost of the coin could be $30 to $50 to $100 depending on how much you had to pay for the coin. They're going to send it back to your registered mail because that's how they ship everything. Your total cost in the coin is going to be at least $100. And the chances are it's going to grade a much lower grade than proof 67. There are no proof 70s from this era, folks. Again, this is an earlier technology. These coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. The technology in proof making at the Philadelphia Mint back in the 50s was basically unchanged from the technology of the 1800s. So 70s do not exist. 69s are extraordinarily rare. 67s are really a find. I am always looking out for any of these Franklins in proof 67 condition. And 68s are, I'm always running short of the 68s. I would occasionally offer a Franklin set in 68, but I hardly ever get to do that anymore. And 69s are virtually impossible. How impossible are 69s? Take a look at this one last chart, folks. I'm going to start pricing these out to you. You look at the entire Franklin series, they struck 15.8 million coins. Out of the entire series, NGC and PCGS combined, they've only graded 3,900 Franklins in proof 69. If you do the math, that's about one proof Franklin out of every 4,000 originally struck. That's less than 1/10 of 1%. Now in 64, that was the first year of the Kennedy half dollar. There was a definite improvement in quality. They struck about 4 million sets, but 6,000 were graded, over 6,000 have been graded in proof 69. So in other words, in that 1 year in the Kennedy series, 1964, they graded more 69s than in the entire Franklin series. That's how rare Franklins are in 69. And yet that 64 Kennedy, folks, in 69 is really rare. I see dealers asking anywhere from $500 to $1,000 for proof 69 1964s. And then you get into the modern era, 1960, 76, 77, and later. Most of the Kennedys, if they haven't been heavily toned, are going to grade proof 69. But in this early era, proof 67, proof 68 is an extraordinary grade. That's why when you see dealers offering these early Franklins, here's a 1957, $190, $200, $250. I'm just going to show you a couple 68s real quickly that are in the $800 range. 800, very fair prices for a proof 68 top-rated seller there. The most recent offer for a 57 in proof 68, this is the most recent I've seen. This one just popped up the other day, over $1,700. Folks, call in now. I've got a limited number of these. I have approximately 1,000 examples in proof 67, only a few hundred in 68, less than 50 in proof 69. The beautiful part is, because of the quality of these, I'm able to offer them at a price that would never have been possible. The 1957s, if you want just one example, you have some dealers asking $200, $250 for these coins. One dealer was asking $350. I've got them for $89 a coin. $89 a coin. It is flawless to the eye. Look at that coin, $89 a coin. However, again, because I got such a great response in the grades, what I'm offering, if you get 10 examples in proof 67 out of the approximately 1,000 plus that I have, If you get 10, you can own 10 for only $79.50 a coin. $79.50 a coin. $795. Now again, folks, I want you to compare that proof to an example you typically find nowadays when you cut one out of the few remaining sets out there. This is your typical 1957 proof Franklin, stored in its cellophane envelope for over 60 years. You can see the damage that takes place over the years because the cellophane was just not the best storage material for these coins. You know, there's a world of difference. The 57 on the right and that proof 67 looks like it just came off the die. And they're only $795 for 10 examples while we have them. Now we get to the proof 68s. You had some dealers asking $800. This most recent dealer was asking over $1,700 for his proof 68. I never in a million years thought I'd be able to do this. These are so hard to find in this exceptional condition. 1 point from the highest grade. Only around 4,000 certified in proof 68 out of 1.2 million struck. To be able to offer them at this price, because they're not $1,700 or even $800 or even $495, which would be a really good price for a 1957. While I have these, we have a few hundred examples, approximately 340 or 50 coins in 6/8 condition. $159. $159. You heard me correctly. Not $495 or $395 or even $295, but $159 for a proof 68. And if you want to get 5 examples, the price drops all the way down to $149. $745 for 5 examples in proof 68. Again, we only have a few hundred in proof 68 condition. Now finally, the proof 69s. The total population is 590 some coins in proof 69, and this is the highest grade. The record price ever paid for a 1957 Franklin, again in auction just recently, a 1957 in proof 69 deep cameo, that coin sold for over $37,000. That's the record. Take a look at one of these proof 69s. I've never been able to offer these for this kind of price. Typically, usually when I get a 57 in proof 69, we have to offer them, we're around $795. And that's a great price. Again, when you consider that some dealers are asking more than that for proof 68s. Take a look at this coin, folks. It is actually perfect. There is not a hairline on it, not a spot on it. We have a limited number. We're going to have to cut this presentation off just in a minute or two because, again, we have very, very few of these proof 69s. This is the best price I've ever been able to offer 1957 in proof 69 at. Again, it's only because of this extraordinary collection, the quality of these coins, but as superb as they were, again, the technology back then, the packaging back then was just not what it is today. So the fortunate part of this whole thing is just the way they were stored over the decades in this cocoon, in these boxes. They weren't moved around. And so we ended up getting almost 50 examples in proof 69. That's almost 10% of the entire population. Call in now. $529. $529 for one example in proof 69 condition. If you want 2, it gets even better, because believe it or not, if you want 2, I can offer you a pair for $995, and that is the lowest price you'll ever see me offer a 1957 in proof 69. $995 for 2 examples. That's under $500 a coin. Now, for those of you who want to get more than 2 57s, I have a limit of 3 of these orders per customer. In other words, if you want to get a set of 2, you can get 3 sets of 2 for $995 for a set of 2. I want to limit that to 3 per customer because of the fact that, again, I have a limited number of these in Proof 69. I want to give everybody who wants one of these ultimate high-grade Franklins from the 1950s, the 1957, and Proof 69. I want everybody who's watching to have a chance to get one of these coins in this extraordinary highest numerical grade. Proof 69, flawless. Look at this. Let's take one last look at it. We're going to close it out here. We're going to close it out here. This is, for those of you who have just tuned in, these coins came from the most extraordinary collection of 1957 proof sets that I have ever seen. There were 74 mint-sealed boxes. We submitted most of the boxes, and most of the coins at this point have now been graded. We've got 14 boxes that I've held on to just so I could be able to offer or show them in this presentation to show you what an original box of 50 1957s from the U.S. Mint looks like. This is how they came from the U.S. Mint. The postage, folks, was 98 cents for third-class insured mail. The postal stamp is March 5th, 1957 on this particular box. And then when you open these boxes, again, these things were so pristine, like they had just come out of the mint. And that's why the quality was so superb, and why I'm able to offer them at these great, great prices, okay? Take advantage of it, folks. This is a phenomenal 1957 Franklin offering. In closing, for those of you who have just tuned in, I've got these phenomenal 1957s coins that, again, many dealers are, 6 7s, a lot of dealers are asking $200 to $300 for these coins. You take a look at one of these, folks. A Proof 67, they're only $89. $89 for one. And if you want to get 10, it's a really crazy price of only $79.50. And when you consider the cost of grading, the cost of shipping and everything, to be able to offer a 1957 Franklin for $79.50 is really, really historic. And so the Proof 67 is only $89, $79.50 for 10, that's $795. We have just over 1,000 of these. You get to the Proof 68s. We only have a few hundred. The price was something I'd never dreamed in 1,000 years I'd be able to offer these coins at. But again, I've never before had a collection like this. You know, and I've been doing this almost 40 years, and this is just so exciting. This is what I love about collecting. When I get an opportunity like this, I can pass on to you folks, because I have these Proof 68s, folks, for $159. And you can own 5 for only $745. That's $149 a coin. And finally, I have a handful of these top-of-the-line, highest numerical grade Proof 69s. There are no Franklins in 70. They don't exist. Franklins in 69 are extremely rare. Extremely rare. About 1 in every 4,000 Franklins originally struck has ever been graded in Proof 69. That's how rare Proof 69 Franklins are. And I've got these incredible 57s for only $529. And better yet, if you want to get a position, you can own 2 for only $995. That's under $500 a coin. There is a limit of 3 of these orders per customer. In other words, you can get 3 sets of 2. That's my only limit on this, because I have such a limited number of these in Proof 69. It's a great time to buy these coins. They're not getting any cheaper. They're getting harder to find by the month. And if not for a collection like this, this is the finest collection of proof coins from the 1950s in unopened proof sets directly from the mint that I've ever handled in my entire life. And I have it here today proudly on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thank you for watching.
Rick Tomaska, knowledgeable, honest, sincere, author, PNG member, coin expert, passionate numismatist for 35 years, and founder of Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
I have got a great collector's special for you today. This is, if you're talking about half dollars, silver half dollars, this is probably dollar for dollar the coolest 3-coin set of silver half dollars you could own. This is a tremendous set. These are Kennedy half dollars. I've specialized in Franklin and Kennedy half dollars since the early 1980s. I've written several books on them. My most recent books, this one was published a few years back by Whitman on Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. And it received the Numismatic Literary Guild's Extraordinary Merit Award, which is a tremendous honor. But more important is I think I got the award because collectors really found the book useful, helpful. Now this book, it was amazing because Whitman had a large print run for it, and they were sold out within a few months. That tells you how strong the demand, how large the collector demand is for Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. After a few months, they gave me a call and they said, Rick, hey, would you do a second edition? So I said, all right. And so we had a second edition printed up the following year. That's now sold out. I bought out the remaining copies that Whitman had, and I have, a few hundred left of my own stock, and that's it. And I'm talking to Whitman now about doing an updated third edition, because again, this is a great series for collectors. This is a half dollar series where you get so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity for your numismatic dollar. And I've got the 3-coin set from this series is, if you've never purchased a Kennedy half dollar before, folks, this is the place to start. What I have today are the 1965, 1966, and 1967 special mint set Kennedy half dollars. And I have them in an extraordinary condition of MS-67. Now, before we go any farther, the first year of the Kennedy half dollars first struck in 1964. President Kennedy was tragically assassinated in November of 1963. Congress passed some emergency legislation in December, and it was voted to commemorate the late president on the United States coin for 1964. Mrs. Kennedy looked at the possible options of what denomination to put her husband's portrait on. All the other denominations, you had an ex-president on the Lincoln cent, the Jefferson nickel, a Roosevelt dime, a Washington quarter. She didn't want to replace those ex-presidents. The half dollar was the Franklin half dollar, and now he was not a president. And he was also on the $100 bill as well. So, of all the denominations, that would seemed like the one that would do, Franklin was still on the $100 bill, so she picked the half dollar. And so you had the 1964 Kennedy first struck, in January of 1964. The collector demand was incredible. It was struck in 2 versions. Again, you've got the coins are struck in mint state, those are coins struck for general circulation, and then you have the coins struck for in proof condition, which were coins struck from highly polished dies, specially handled, put in special packaging, just for collectors. The demand was so great for these coins, folks, that in the mint state version, for example, the mint originally planned on striking only 90 million of these for mint state, which was a very, very high number. But everyone was putting these coins away. Everybody, because as a memento, to something to cherish, for a memory. You didn't have to be a collector. Americans of all stripes were saving these coins when they found them. The mint eventually, to get enough coins in circulation, had to strike over 400 million of these coins in mint state in 1964. The same was true of the proofs. They struck almost 4 million in proofs. And the quality control of the proofs was abysmal. I think there was such a rush to get these coins out in proof condition that the mint really skimped on quality control. Proofs are supposed to be, again, the state of the art. They're supposed to strike these coins from highly polished dies, specially prepared planchets. Once the coins are they're struck at least twice to give them, bring out all the detail, and then once struck, they're individually handled. So when you get them from the mint, they come in this packaging, and you expect to get these pristine coins. But here's one. For example, now this one isn't real obvious. I could cut this out. This is the first year of the issue. This is a 1964 Kennedy in the original packaging. Right in the middle of his head there, you can see you can't see it unless I point it out to you. There's a spot right there. There you see it right in the middle of his head there. That's a milk spot. And that's from incomplete washing of the coin blank before it went into the die. They would run these things, these blanks through a soap solution to cleanse them. Unfortunately, they didn't usually get most of the soap residue off. If any residue was left on the blank, that residue, once that die came down with 200 tons of pressure, that residue is struck into the coin. It is part of the coin. If you really want to see a whopper, take a look at this whopper I just uncovered the other day. As Kim pulls this one out, this has got to be in my next book. You can't even, you can barely tell it's a Kennedy half dollar. Now, what's exciting about what I have for you today, folks? 1964, they struck these coins in proof. And the proof-making facility for proof sets then closed down at the Philadelphia Mint. The next year, you could buy a proof set from the U.S. Mint was 1968. They were struck in San Francisco with the S Mint mark. There were no proof sets issued in 1965, 1966, or 1967. So if you're a collector of the proof Kennedy half dollars, what Kennedy half dollar collectors do who are putting together top proof sets is they try to get finest examples of the special mint sets that were issued in those 3 years. Instead of if you wanted the finest possible coins issued by the U.S. Mint in 1965, 1966, and 1967, you had to order what was called a special mint set. Now, the special mint sets were not at all like the proofs. I mean, they were supposed to be the finest quality, but they differed from the proofs in many, many different ways. For one thing, the dies were not polished to the same high degree as proof dies. For another, the dies were not struck with the coins were not struck with as much die pressure as were proof coins. There was less die pressure involved. Also, the coin blanks were not struck twice. They were only struck once. The dies were used for a much longer period of time. Proof dies would, for half dollars, proof dies would strike a few thousand coins, at which point they would remove the die and repolish it to restore the brilliance. These special mint set dies would strike tens of thousands of coins, so they were quite worn before they would replace the dies. So a lot of these special mint set coins were struck from very worn dies. And finally, and really importantly, while proof coins were individually handled, special mint set coins were dumped into bins, just like commercial strikes. Almost all of them have bag marks. Some of them have a lot of bag marks. Now, when you consider the fact that these special mint set coins were struck in very small numbers, folks, here's a chart that shows the mintage of the Mint State Kennedys from 1964 to 1970 and the proof and special mint set Kennedys from those same years. And you can see in 1964, they struck over 429,000 Kennedys in Mint State and proof 3.9 million proofs. 1965, 65 million Mint State Kennedys. They only issued 2.3 million Kennedys in the special mint sets. 1966, only 2.2 million Kennedys were issued in the special mint sets. In 1967, only 1.8 million. You see the 1970 D down there, and that was unusual because that was the one year where you had fewer Mint State Kennedys struck than in proof, because in that year, 1970, the only place you could get a Mint State Kennedy was from a mint set. They didn't strike them for general circulation. So you see the mintages there of the 1965, 66, and 67 in the special mint sets were very low. And then you consider the poor quality. These special mint sets, folks, again, I mean, if you ordered a special mint set from the mint, I mean, this is an actual envelope with the postmark. They were mailed like this. They went in third-class mail. And I remember as a kid, I was collecting these, and I love proof coins. The very first coin I ever bought in a coin shop was a 1962 proof set. I love the idea of getting the finest possible quality the mint was able to produce. That always attracted me. And I remember that when I bought my 1965 set from the U.S. Mint, and I opened it, and I couldn't believe it because it looked just like a regular business strike. It was poorly struck. It had marks all over it. Here's one that I pulled out. This is a 1965. All kinds of spotting. This is, you know, typical of a 1965. I mean, it's pretty ugly. It's pretty ugly. And then it wasn't any better for the following 2 years. The following year, folks, they at least put them in this hard plastic packaging. When you ordered your special mint set, they came in this cardboard box like this, and here's the original packaging it came in. But these coins, remember, these were dumped into bins. Here's the last year of the special mint set series. Here's a 1967. Take a look at that coin. We can get a real good close-up of this, Justin, of that 1967. There's just bag marks all over it. And listen, this is what I love about TV, because if we can get a good close-up, you could really zoom in and really see the marks on this coin. There you go. I mean, again, they were dumped into bins just like regular commercial strikes, no special treatment, and that's why they're so difficult to get in high-grade condition. Now, folks, the 5 toughest years to get in high grade in the Proof Kennedy series, first struck in 1964. The 5 toughest coins to get in high grade condition. The 5 toughest coins is the first year of issue, the 1964, and the 1964 accented hair Kennedy, which was the very first variety struck in January of 1964. It was only struck for a couple weeks when the mint asked Mrs. Kennedy to look at this new design, and she didn't like it. She asked them to redesign her husband's hair on the coin, so they stopped production of this first design after they only struck about 100,000 examples. And most of them are spotted. A lot of them are melted down. So you have the accented hair, very low quality coin, very rare in high grade condition. It goes for a lot of money. And then you have the 1964 that followed, which we call the Type 2 variety. Those 2 varieties are extremely rare. And then the next 3 rarest pieces are the 1965, 66, and 67 SMS Kennedys. And here are the total NGC populations of these coins in MS or Proof 67 and higher grade. You can see the accented hair, only about 3,900 graded in 6.7, Proof 67, about 1,500 in 6.8, 273 in 6.9. The Type 2, a little over 10,000 in 7, 7,900 in 6.8, 3,269. And now look at these special mint set coins. They're far rarer than the Type 2 1964, folks, and in high grade are as rare or rarer than the accented hair. As rare or rarer than the accented hair. Now, the regular 1964 Kennedy, I've seen them from as much as $200 to $300 in Proof 67. There's one for $200. There's one for $250. The accented hair, folks, the accented hair, that first variety, they, as I said on one of my first presentations, even heavily spotted examples are going to be $500 coins one day. Here's a Proof 65 for $700. And of course, you get dealers who want premium prices for any nice special mint set Kennedy. Here's a 1965, probably the worst quality of all the issues. $600. Here's an ungraded 1966. They call it proof-like, but most of them are proof-like. 1966, $350. Here's a 1966 that's graded. Over $600 in MS67. Now this is my favorite. Now this is a top-rated seller. This is a top-rated seller, over 4,000 happy customers, right? Top-rated eBay seller for a MS67 SMS, $2,500. You shouldn't have to pay anything like that, folks. I mean, a few $100s a coin makes a little more sense. Take a look at these that I have for you. These are all going to be matching sets. Take a look at these. I have the complete set, 1965, 1966, 1967, in MS67 condition. Kim's going to give you a close-up of that first year of issue. These are so close to perfection, folks. You're going to love the price. These are the finest. We had to go through so many tens of thousands of sets from several collections to get the group I have for you today. I have almost 100 complete sets, matching sets, all NGC. Out of those, thousands and thousands we cherry-picked, folks. Take a look at the, I've got so many boxes of these MS66s. Look at that, that's close to perfect, that is virtual perfection. MS67. I've got a lot of boxes of these. Special mint set coins, folks, in MS66, which is a really good grade. We offer these, when I get sets together, we offer them for around $100 a set. Okay, that's a great price for these. But I have these MS67s today. If you want a 1965, as you see here, MS67, T5084, MS67. Not $500 or $495 or $395, not even $95, $69 for this 1965 special mint set MS67. No serious marks, no spotting, virtual perfection. MS67, only $69 a coin because we did all the work. There were no middlemen. I didn't buy these already graded from some other dealer that did all the work and went through all the coins. Myself and my daughters went through all of these sets one at a time, looking through thousands and thousands and thousands, so we were able to find the occasional jewel. If you want a 1966 MS67, T5085, same price. Well, you got one dealer asking $2,500, $69 a coin. $69 a coin for a 1966 special mint set. And the last year of the series, the 1967, the last year of the series, T5086, also only $69 a coin. Now you add that up, all three coins for only $207, and that is a fantastic, fantastic opportunity for the collector of today that you can look back on. You can TiVo this, you can record this 10 years from now, and you'll say, wow, those were the good old days when you can get a set of three. Except that I'm not offering these for $207 a coin, folks. If you get the entire three-coin set, you can own all three for $159. $159. That's right, let me repeat that, that's $53 a coin. $159. $159 for a set of three. If you get 10 sets, that comes to $1,590. If you get 10 sets. Cannot give, I mean, this is really cutting it where all the meat is left on the bone for you folks. There is so much upside potential in this. I mean, if you were to go and look through these sets yourself and buy a set and pay a premium for this set, buy a set for $20. To get it graded is $20, $25. To have the PCGS or NGC send it back to you registered mail, they send everything registered mail, that's another $20, $25. Your grading costs, your shipping costs alone are $60 to $70 with the cost of the coin. And then you're going to get the coin back and it's going to be an MS-65. Here you're getting MS-67s. $159 a coin would not be bad, a bad deal. That's what most dealers are selling this for, $159 a coin. But the set is $159. You want any of these individual coins, they're only $69 a coin. This is the best price I've ever been able to offer this amazing set. For the limited time I have these, from the collections we're able to go through to offer this entire set, folks, for only $159 for you today. This is just a great collector's special. We're just so proud to be able to offer this complete SMS set, all 3 years, among the toughest years in the Kennedy series. If you've just tuned in, what I have for you viewers who have just tuned in, the complete set of special mint set Kennedy half dollars from 1965, 1966, and 1967 in extraordinary MS-67 condition. Now you have to understand that when you buy today, for example, the Mint still makes special mint set coins that they issue that you can buy from the Mint. But the quality you get from the Mint today is so superior to back then. You have to understand that when these coins were struck, we didn't have the 70-point grading scale in collecting, where we graded coins on a numerical scale, the Sheldon grading scale from 1 to 70. Back then, if you look at the red books from that time, it was just uncirculated. Bag marks were not a big deal. You know, so the Mint didn't really have the quality control, didn't put the care into producing these that they do today. Now when you buy an American Mint State Silver Eagle, the coin is essentially flawless. It's like MS-68, MS-69. A lot of them are MS-70 because of the care they take. They don't dump them into bins today like they did back in the 1960s. So to get these coins that have somehow survived this process where they were struck, dumped into bins, and have survived so clean, basically perfect, and then to be able to offer them for only $159 for the set, if you can get 10 of them, get 10, folks. $1,590 for 10. While I have these, again, I have just about 100 of these sets in this condition. This is a collector special here from Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Some of the key dates, the rarest dates in the Kennedy half dollar series, in the Kennedy half dollar proofs and special mint set series in top quality condition. These early issues of the Kennedy era struck in 40% silver, struck in an era where, again, the quality control back then was not what it is today. So to get these, you know, you're getting some of the most important dates at a great price. Thank you for watching this presentation from Kim and Caitlin and I that we spent so much time putting these together to be able to offer these. It's just a very special opportunity for collectors. Now, out of all those thousands of sets that Kim, Caitlin, and I went through over many days, folks, I mean, it's really a very time-consuming, it's laborious work, studying under a halogen lamp, set after set after set. These were amazing collections. We had some extraordinary MS-67 sets, really rare coins. Out of all those, we have some amazing, you know, you want to call them wonder coins, but we got a handful of special mint set Kennedy half dollars that came out in MS 68 condition. Now again, Kim is going to show you that chart that shows you the rarest Kennedy half-dollar populations, rated by NGC. And you look at that 6/8 chart, and this is where the special mint set coins really leap ahead of the accented hair and the type 2 in rarity. The accented hair is a bit rarer than the special mint set coins in 67, although, I mean, in 67 you see, again, dealers are asking $500, $600, $700 for the accented hair in proof 65. 68, the accented hair, a very rare coin, only just over 1,400 graded. Here's one by a top-rated dealer in proof 68, who he wants $1,300 for his accented hair. Now back to that chart. But then this is where the special mint set coins become just off the charts rare. You got the 1965, only 540 examples, about 3 times rarer than the accented hair. 1966, 1,095, and 1967, 677. You look at the 69 populations, basically these coins are unavailable in 69. The last time I handled a 1965 and 69 was 8-9 years ago. I mean, we didn't get any 69s out of that group. We got a handful of coins in MS 68 that we have today for you. 11 complete sets in MS 68 condition. Take a look at each of these. What you'll love, folks, is the price. Again, we didn't buy these from another dealer, and they didn't go through a bunch of middlemen. You know, what I learned early on when I first started as a dealer, if we could get a close hand shot of each of these so the viewers can see these, you've got dealers asking $600, $700 for MS 67s, $2,500 for 1966 in MS 67, folks. Here we have the complete set in MS 68. Look at this, Kennedy. This is as good as it gets. MS 68, the entire set, the entire 3-coin set. T7576. $1,595. That's not per coin. That's the entire 3-coin set. All 3 coins for only $1,595. We only have 11 of these that I was able to put together this is incredible. Look at this. It looks like a modern proof. You can't find any marks on it. Why isn't it a 69? I don't know. The coin is, I'm looking at it now. You're seeing it blowing up there, right there on the screen. It's absolutely immaculate. No spotting, beautiful clear mirrors, absolutely pristine. And again, only because it didn't go through all the middlemen. You know, typically, a dealer finds a coin who sells it to another dealer, he gets his cut, that dealer sells it to another dealer, he gets his cut, who sells it to another dealer who gets his cut, who sells it to the customer. So you got 4 or 5 dealers trading this coin before it finally gets to the client. There are no middlemen here. We did all the work. We did all the work. We spent the hours to find these coins, to be able to offer these at the best possible price, only $1,595. If you bought one of the sets in 67, just call right in. No problem. You can get one of these sets in 68. If you want to get this top-of-the-line set, we've got people calling in. It looks like we already have 4 of these sold in MS 68. These ultimate sets, this is the highest matching grade that I've ever offered the special mint set Kennedy half dollars in. I've never been able to offer one of these sets in MS 69. This is the highest matching grade I've ever been able to offer one of these sets in. And again, I've been specializing in these Kennedys since the early 1980s, since PCGS and NGC first opened their doors for business back in 1986 and 1987. This is it. This is the ultimate. And I've got it today for only $1,595 for all 3 coins. This beautiful set of 3, this ultimate complete set of special mint set Kennedy half dollars, MS 68 condition. You only find it here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, Rare Collectibles TV. One last time at that population chart. Once again, just so you know how really rare these coins are. These are the key dates. The 3 rarest dates in 6/8 condition, folks. Even rarer than the accented hair. These are the 3 rarest dates. The accented hair is right next in line with only 1,460 examples graded in 6/8, 273 in 69. But the 1965, 1966, and 1967 are your 3 rarest dates. The 4th rarest is the accented hair, and the 5th rarest is the 1964 Type 2. Those are your 5 rarest Kennedy half dollars in high grade, proof or mint state condition. And of those, the special mint sets in the Proof Kennedy collection are your 3 key rarest dates. You'd expect these coins to be $1,500 a piece, just per coin, but I've got the entire set. In fact, here's a dealer who wants, for his 1965, a top-rated seller, almost 3,000 happy customers, a top-rated seller who wants $1,950 just for his 1965 in MS 68, which is a reasonable price when you consider the rarity. This is the rarest Kennedy. Fair price. One last look at this set here. We've got the entire set. We had 11. We don't have 11 anymore. We don't have 11 anymore. They're only $1,595 a set. This is the finest we got. Thank you for watching this little presentation on these spectacular Kennedy half dollars.
What we are doing right now, this is a pre-sale, and this is one of the most exciting pedigree labels that has ever been issued. This is the first ever of the Kennedy half dollar of its type, and for this year, 2021, is the first time that these exclusive advance releases labels have been issued. This is the biggest news right now in the entire world of coin collecting and of certified coins, and this is what it's all about. I want you to take a look at the picture that we have. Now, we're waiting, but we are in a little bit of a different position than everybody else who's waiting for these coins to come. Because we, in a way, got a backstage pass on these coins. There are just a handful of companies in this world who have literally been handpicked by the United States Mint and in collaboration with Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. You know them. They are the grading service that has granted us exclusive rights to the Reagan Mercanti label that we have on all of our Silver Eagle coins of perfect grade. Well, what's happened is, dare I say it, even more exciting than that. This has never been done before. We're talking about 2021. And every one of these half dollars of the Kennedy half dollar are solid silver. And they're also pure silver. And of course, before 2019, there had never been a pure silver Kennedy half dollar before. Also the grade, let's not forget that, they're Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you cannot get a higher grade because it's indicative of perfect condition. And you cannot get a higher designation of the cameo effect of the coin, that mirrored background and satiny foreground of the coins. The ultimate designation for any proof coin in the history of striking coins has been Ultra Cameo. Nobody does Ultra Cameo better than than the United States Mint. So what I'm hoping I'm getting across to you is the quality of these coins are unsurpassed, the greatest, the highest ever, and the label of advanced releases that just a handful of companies around this world have access to. I started to tell you that really what this is a backstage pass. It's a quick route to the front of the line. Advanced releases is something that has never been done before, and I really want to read you the exact definition of this so I don't get anything wrong, because this is brand spanking new. You have seen it, by the way, on the Silver Eagles, but you have never seen it before on the Kennedy half dollar. And the other thing I want to tell you is I have been searching high and low. And right now I can stand here and I can tell you that Rare Collectibles TV is the first company out of the gate who is going to be guaranteed to get some of these coins. We are one of the companies that are in on this deal, and it's very special, let me tell you, but I want you to know, please give us a call. This is going to be huge. The phones are not going to stop ringing. It is going to be incredibly chaotic. But right now, while there's still a little calm before the storm, get on the line to get one of these coins. We are talking about not $1,500 or $2,000. You know, when these issues that are so special first hit the market, you see a mad dash for them, and people will be out and just to pay anything, just to be guaranteed to get one of these coins. One of the reasons why there's such a mad dash all the time for these coins is right here. Let's take a look. When you go right down to the bottom line of this chart, what you see is historically and traditionally, even the bottom two lines, or I should say the bottom two lines, the percentage of proofs versus business strike of the proof Kennedy half dollars, of which this 2021 is certainly one of, is only 3.6%. The percentage of proof strikes that are certified perfect proof 70 grade is not even half of 1%, not even a quarter of 1%, 0.15%. Most of you collectors out there are also Kennedy half dollar collectors. You collect Morgan dollars, you collect gold, you collect the Lincoln cents, all of the greatest rarities that we sell. And I think maybe up at the top of your list, in some cases at the very top, is the Kennedy half dollar. This is a coin that has been aggressively sought after by collectors, by history buffs, over the years that since the coin has been first issued in 1964. The way we stand today on every Kennedy half dollar, the anticipation of these coins coming out has really cleaned the shelves out of all Kennedy half dollars. This is not something unique to coin collecting right now. I've seen it with Morgan dollars and Silver Eagles. It's a mad rush to get every single one of the coins coming out today. This one, again, is right there at the top of the list. I want to describe to you, in fact, I want to read to you directly off NGC's website their definition of the advanced releases. NGC offers the advanced releases designation for select coins, not every coin is going to be eligible, that are purchased by designated mint customers, that's us, prior to the publicly posted first day that the mint makes the new coin available for sale. The most exclusive label. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, you may have heard that a small handful, a group of dealers like us that purchase quantities from the U.S. Mint almost on a daily basis have been granted some special access to these labels and really invited to move to the very front of the line ahead of everybody else to get the very first of these coins. And if that it wasn't enough, the label of advanced releases speaks to the fact that days before the public notice of release is when we get a chance to get the coins. So naturally, everybody wants one. It's never been done before. $289. I really fear that there's not going to be enough of these coins for all the millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. This table that I'm holding in my hand is from 1964 all the way to the present time. And it features mintages from every single year. And you know something, folks? You take a look at them, And there's millions and millions of coins. Well, every one of these coins are for the collectors, though. They're all proofs. The business strikes. If those figures were up here, it would go on for pages and pages. It would be like a small phone book. And there's millions of those collectors. But when you look at these coins right here, folks, these dates, these mintages, you can bet that each and every one of those coins represents a collector. That's what you're up against. Now, we know that they'd never make millions of these coins. The coins have small mintages year in and year out, especially lately. There's a lot of evidence of that. We anticipate that this year as well. But I will tell you this. This is the most exclusive label for the following reason. You have to be invited to get in on this label. We had to be invited. It's not open to everybody. It sounds a little bit like favoritism, doesn't it? Aren't we glad? Aren't we glad that Rare Collectibles is in a position where we get so much product from the U.S. Mint because it's because of you collectors, because there's the demand for it, that we were invited to partake in this. Ladies and gentlemen, $289. And I want to also tell you that as I stand here right now, and believe me, I looked, my compatriots here, we all spent lots of time trying to find if we were the first. And we were. So I am proud to stand here and tell you, it's not easy to be first out of the gate with something so exclusive. But I have to tell you, we did it. And timing, you know, timing means a lot. Timing is everything. Well, I think that saying, that cliche, timing is everything, was made for this deal. It really was. You are right now in the right place to get a pre-sale, to get advanced on the advance. Something that nobody else in the country is telling you right now. I can guarantee you an advanced releases label. I can guarantee you the highest perfect condition graded cameo coin, ultra cameo, you're ever gonna have in your collection. I can promise you that as the market takes off, and we've seen it before, I can name countless of examples where one day it's here and the next day it's boom. I can promise you a locked-in price of $289. If you can swing it, get as many as you can, because you're not going to regret it. But you are if you don't. I'm telling you right now, again, I've seen it a million times. You look back a couple of years, man, why didn't I get that 1995 W proof when I could have gotten it in the gold set for absolutely nothing? A $25,000 coin today. Don't regret it. This is an exemplary opportunity of how Rare Collectibles has really its finger on the pulse of the market. You can see a winner coming down the track from a long way, right? Because it's got the lead. This coin, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Don't miss out on it. It's a rare opportunity. We were invited, and you are now invited. Listen, I got to wrap this up, but I want to let you know that for $289, you're going to get the finest examples, and you're going to get the most unique issue of the Kennedy half dollar in a darn long time. And let us not forget also that you will own a really special coin and the third in the series of the pure silver Kennedy half dollars. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Don't go anywhere because you know there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming up. And I will see you all really soon. Bye now.
Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? Hello, we're back.
Hello, coin collectors. We are back. How you doing, Rick?
I am doing great, especially when we have something this exciting for another installment from
Yes.
the great American silver dollar hoard. Over
Yes.
50 bags
Yes.
of brilliant, uncirculated silver dollars. But before I get into what we have for our clients today, Jack, we've got here a picture of a coin that you handled.
Yeah, I
The
get to see
very
this
first,
coin.
folks, before Jack talks about it, this is the very first silver dollar ever struck. Right here.
Yeah, this coin is pretty. This is a wonder coin that shouldn't exist. I had the opportunity at a coin show a while back to hold this coin in my hand and inspect it under a magnifying glass.
amazing.
And
Oh.
it is a coin that shouldn't exist. 1794 was the first year we struck silver dollars at the U.S. Mint.
We're looking at it close up, just the hair detail. You don't see this on a,
The hair detail is insane. You know, most $1794 that exist, first off, I think there's only about 100 or 200 that exist,
Yeah,
period.
yeah.
And typically, even in high grade, you know, the date isn't even all there. There's hardly any hair detail. When you look at this coin, you know that there's something special about the
Yeah.
way they, not the way it survived, which is also special, but the way they made the coin. This coin looks like a proof. It has mirrored surfaces, and PCGS graded it SP, meaning special strike or specimen, because
Right.
there's no record of the making of proof. But when
Yeah.
you look at this coin, there is no doubt that this was made in a very special way. And that's why most experts believe this is the very first silver dollar that was struck by the
You
U.S.
studied
Mint.
every square millimeter of this coin. You handled it. I believe it's the highest price ever paid in auction for any U.S. coin.
Yeah, I believe it's the only coin to break the $10 million barrier in numismatics, period.
I would wager, Jack, that if this coin came up today, it would go for at least double that. For you folks who may not have seen our great American silver dollar hoard presentation in the past. Again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've never handled anything like this. Over 50 bags of brilliant, uncirculated silver dollars. That is just extraordinary. And we've been going through these bags, and what we have for you today are some really, really special coins from this incredible once-in-a-lifetime hoard. Now, before we go any farther, Jack, we have to talk about the fact that Morgan dollars were struck in very large quantities. They
Yes.
struck over 600
Yes,
million.
millions and millions. Most
Sasha
years
has a
it took
chart
millions.
here. The key to Morgan dollars, folks, is condition rarity.
Right.
Because they were struck in very large numbers, but it isn't until you get into the higher uncirculated grades that they become really valuable. And you can see here by this chart, over the entirety of the series, they struck over 650 million Morgan dollars. A lot of them were melted down during the Pittman Act,
Yeah, almost
1918.
half. You know,
But
approaching half.
that still left, you know, close to 400 million coins, but only about 6.5 million of those have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's
Right.
only 1.7%. Now, as an example, typical Morgan dollars, I picked these up in a coin shop, Jack, for like $30, $35 a coin.
Right.
First
Yeah,
one,
They look pretty typical. Yeah,
yeah, that's
I'd say so.
And that's the most common. They struck, what, about 40, 50 million, 1921 Ps?
Yeah.
And you see it's heavily circulated. That's among the most common dates.
Mm-hmm.
But now we get to this next coin here, this 1886. And you flip it over, and there's an O mint mark at the bottom.
Oh, wow. Much better date.
1886
Tough
O, but I got it for the same price because it's very common in low grade
Right.
condition. They struck about 10 million of these.
date. Yeah.
And then the next coin is a 96 O, which they struck in the millions.
But they all circulated.
But they're,
Virtually
you
all
know,
of
and 96, and again, you can see the O mint mark. But then if you find these coins in uncirculated condition, This is where they become really, really rare. They have
Exactly.
tremendous condition rarity. There's one of the finest 86 O's, and it's a 6.5 that sold many years ago for $161,000. It would be well over $200,000 today.
Right.
But even 6.3s are, tens of thousands of dollars. And there's a 96 O in MS63, a nice choice piece for over $20,000 because it's uncirculated. This is where they're really rare. So what we have, if you've never collected silver dollars before, we're starting off with a date jack that is a great coin to build a Morgan dollar collection with. We have an 1880s Morgan dollar. You take a look at this piece. It's a gorgeous, brilliant, uncirculated specimen.
You look at that luster. ADSs are known for their luster. I mean, the San Francisco Mint in that first part of the series is known for
very few bag marks.
really great quality control.
Incredible luster, full strike, just incredible eye appeal. This is not the kind of coin you find in your local coin shop in this kind of uncirculated condition. You see a full strike, you see the S mint mark at 6 o'clock at the bottom there, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. I spent a day putting this chart together, ranking the rarity of Morgan dollars in terms of their condition rarity in uncirculated condition. With the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition first, and they become progressively rarer as you go down the list. And it's several pages long because there's over 100 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan dollar series. In our earlier presentations, Jack, the first coin we offered was the 1881S.
Right, which makes sense.
Yeah, you can see there, it's the most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition. Even though they struck 12.7 million, you can see they've only graded about 268,000. So, again, most of the coins are circulated, but you do have about 270,000 in uncirculated condition. There's an MS63 for almost $400. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, over 20,000 happy customers.
Right.
Okay, there's an MS62, another dealer with 100% positive feedback, over $400.
Right.
So these are not fly-by-night dealers. These are people who are
established dealers, right.
established with 100% positive feedback. If you've never purchased a Morgan dollar before, this is the perfect time to start. We have these ADSs. We're starting with this coin 1. It's a gorgeous, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. We've got these coins, Jack. You want to give them the price? You do it.
They're probably expecting it's going to be a little more than what I'm going to say.
I'm sure they are.
They're probably guessing.
Right now, it's only $129. $129, folks. You heard correctly. We got such a great deal, and we're passing our good fortune on to you. But that's just the first coin, because we have 9 coins here.
Right.
And each coin, folks, in this set is progressively rare than the preceding coin. The ADS is the most common coin in this group. The next 2 coins we have are the 1886P, and you can see it's rarer than the ADS, only 146,000 graded.
Right.
And then the last coin in this initial set we have offered is the 1898O.
Right. And that's about twice as rare.
Exactly. Over twice as rare. That's a New Orleans mint coin.
Historic mint.
Historic. These are great coins, folks. This 1886P. Again, Jack, these coins were meant for commerce. They're large, heavy coins.
Right.
Folks, these were struck from the die press. They're ejected into bins. One coin falls on top of another. They go through coin counting machines.
They're sorted. They're put in bags.
Dumped into bags, thrown onto a train where they go cross country.
Right.
How it survived